just now.
I know.
We could just press a button and then take your place and just
Hello.
join the debate.
It's talking to us, like my phone just started talking during the last meeting for some reason.
So we are on and recording.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Leslie.
Tuesday, June 1st, 2021 at 5:30 PM. Tompkins County Legislature is holding a public hearing concerning proposed local law number C or local law C of 2021, a local law overriding tax levy limit for 2022. Is there anyone here to speak to the public hearing? Going once. Going twice. Don't see anyone. I will close the public hearing and open the regular meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature for June 1, 2021, and ask that you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone. Roll call of members.
Mike Sigler,
Here.
Shauna Black,
Here.
Amanda Champion,
Here.
Deborah Dawson,
Here.
Henry Granison, Rich John,
Here.
Dan Klein,
Here.
Ann Corman,
Yes, present.
Mike Lane,
Here.
Dave McKenna,
Here.
Glenn Maury,
Here.
Martha Robertson,
Here.
Leslie Cho, Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Present.
13 members present.
Thank you.
She's just joining us now.
We're going to move on to presentation proclamations, presentation of proclamations, petitions, and notices. You would have received any communications and notices in your mailboxes or via email. I have a couple of proclamations, and we also have a presentation this evening. So let me go to the proclamation. Oh. All right. Whereas Tompkins County has been a leader in supporting and fighting for the human rights, dignity, and respect of all people, and whereas the June 1969 riots at the Stonewall Inn in New York City precipitated the modern fight for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual LGBTQ+ rights, and whereas Tompkins County was one of the first counties in the state of New York to pass a local law number 6-1991, amended in its entirety in 2004 as local law number 1-2004, commonly known as local law C, to protect against discrimination based on gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. And whereas in passing this law, Tompkins County reaffirmed its commitment and responsibility to act to ensure that all its residents are afforded equal opportunity to enjoy a full and productive life, and ensures that the rights of all residents to make their own choices, follow their own beliefs, and conduct their lives as they see fit are protected. And whereas another more local landmark incident, the Ithaca 50, 2004 lawsuit in which 25 same-sex couples who were denied marriage licenses sued the state of New York, claiming that marriage prohibition was unconstitutional, further highlighted Ithaca and Tompkins County's commitment to LGBTQ+ rights, in this case supporting marriage equality. And whereas more LGBTQ+ residents of Tompkins County are living openly and thriving more than ever before, and whereas a multitude of Black LGBTQ+ Americans such as Audre Lorde, James Baldwin, Alfonso David, and Chicago's first Black female openly LGBTQ+ Mayor Lori Lightfoot have helped pave the way for a more just and equitable future for us all. And whereas, according to President Obama, and I quote, "Our nation has made great strides in recognizing what these brave individuals long knew to be true in their hearts, that love is love, and that no person shall be judged by anything but the content of their character. Now, therefore, I, Leslie McBean Claiborne, Chairwoman of the Tompkins County Legislature, do hereby call upon all members of our community to join me in celebrating the contributions of our LGBTQ+ residents and renew our commitment and actions to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists, and do hereby proclaim June 2021 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in Tompkins County, and direct that the Pride/Rainbow flags shall be flown at county flagpoles during Pride Month as a symbol of our steadfast belief in the equal dignity of all Tompkins County residents. Signed this first day of June 2021. Happy Pride Month. And thank you to Legislator Ann Corman and others who worked on this proclamation. Thank you. Is there someone to receive this proclamation, to accept it?
Leslyn, I reached out to Kate Shanks Booth to accept this on behalf of our LGBTQ youth in the community, but it seems she was unable to attend today. So if that could be something that could be delivered though to her department, I think they'd be happy to, proud to be able to post that somewhere.
Well, we will make sure that it is delivered accordingly. Thank you very much, Amy. I have another proclamation. Whereas June is the month when nature bestows upon us her most nearly perfect weather. Yes, and whereas milk is nature's most nearly perfect food, it follows that June is the most fitting month to celebrate Dairy Month. June is the start of summer when everyone appreciates the ease and convenience of the whole gamut of good dairy foods. And whereas June is the time to enjoy to the fullest all the milk products whose vitamins, calcium, and minerals contribute so much to health and vitality all year long. And whereas we hereby dedicate this glorious month of June to the delicious idea of eating dairy foods every day. And whereas we also set aside the month of June to pay tribute to the nation's vast dairy industry, 1/5 of the nation's farm economy, whose daily work and dedication contribute so much to the nation's health and prosperity every day of the year. And whereas we propose to salute to milk, the beverage that has helped our children grow taller, our young adults more vigorous, and our senior citizens to enjoy the longest, most productive lives in the history of the world. Now, therefore, I, Leslie McBean Claiborne, Chairwoman of the Tompkins County Legislature, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2021 as Dairy Month in Tompkins County and encourage all our citizens to enjoy milk and other dairy foods and urge civic and business organizations to cooperate in this observance in public and in private in order that we may all enjoy improved health and increased prosperity. Signed this first day of June, 2021. I like this proclamation. And for those of you who, have a little bit of intolerance to dairy, you can still enjoy it by having, something that helps you enjoy it. I still like a good ice cream, so thank you, whoever put this proclamation together. Is there somebody to receive it? Go ahead, Chair. Mike Sigler, that was you? Getting all dramatic, I like it. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing that proclamation. Yes, we must celebrate our dairy industry.
And come to Lansing and celebrate our multiple ice cream establishments. That's all I have to say to that.
Thank you, Mike. And thank you, legislators. I have one more proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth is a commemorative observation of the hardships and losses suffered by African Americans in their struggle to attain freedom from slavery, to recognize and pay tribute to the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in this quest, as through their experiences and those of others who were successful in achieving victory, we find among the most poignant and valuable lessons of humankind that continue to resonate with people of all backgrounds. And whereas slavery was introduced to North America in 1619 with the delivery of the first enslaved Africans to the colony of Virginia. And although President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation went into effect on January 1, 1863, more than 2 years passed before the news of liberation of slaves came to Texas, and African Americans across the state were made aware of their right to freedom on June 19, 1865. And whereas the civil rights movement of the 1960s addressed the racial segregation, discrimination, and acts of violence committed against Blacks in the United States, although not a singular movement and better described as a multiplicity of movements, it ultimately sought to secure legal recognition and federal protection of the rights of citizens citizenship for African Americans as guaranteed by the Constitution. And whereas African Americans have changed the face of education in the United States by protecting access and opportunity, insisting on the inclusion of all histories, and guaranteeing the rights to education for all youth. And whereas Juneteenth reminds us that decades of collective action have demonstrated measurable progress slowly, frustratingly, gradually, while persistent inequity and injustice for African Americans continue in education, socioeconomic mobility, healthcare access, and public safety on our nation's journey toward a more perfect union. And whereas the observance of Juneteenth honors the history, perseverance, and achievements of African Americans and celebrates America's progress and continuing commitment to realizing the principles of liberty and equality upon which our nation was founded. And whereas Juneteenth is recognized as a holiday in 47 out of 50 states, and with the state of New York striving to set an example for the rest of the nation. And whereas African Americans have made immeasurable contributions to the progress of the United States through the arts, history, sciences, literature, education, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And Whereas this year, Tompkins County and City of Ithaca leaders have come together to develop a week of programs, June 14 through June 18, on behalf of their workforces to tell that story of Juneteenth through presentations, film, spoken word, and food by recognizing the past and honoring our future. Now, therefore, I, Leslyn McBean Claiborne, Chairwoman of the Tompkins County Legislature, do hereby designate the week of June 14 through June 19, 2021 to recognize Juneteenth and to honor and celebrate the rich history of African Americans who fought, died, and thrived in pursuit of freedom. Signed this first day of June, 2021. Thank you for those who contributed to authoring this proclamation as well. And is someone here to accept this proclamation?
I accept the proclamation and I receive it in honor of our Black ancestors and their struggles and hopes to expand the boundaries of democracy, in solidarity with contemporaries who've immersed themselves in the continuous struggle for liberation, and to those who in the future will come after us to pursue justice, freedom, and equality.
Thank you, Dr. Kenneth Clark, Director of the Office of Human Rights. Thank you for accepting the proclamation. We will make sure that it gets to you and to the group of individuals who've been working on the week-long commemoration of Juneteenth. Thank you. Now I'm going to end the meeting because my voice is tired. Other people need to speak. I will take a break. We have, oh good, I am going to take a break. Ben, is Ben here?
Yes.
Okay. We have a quick presentation. History Forge project at the History Center presented by Ben Sandberg. Take it away, Ben.
Thank you, Leslyn. I also want to introduce Eve Snyder, who is here, who is our History Forge project coordinator here over at the History Center. It is a great pleasure to be here expressing my appreciation to the county legislators and not having to ask for funding, but instead to be able to share a project that we have made some really significant progress on over the last year and change, and that we are taking some exciting next steps in terms of its expansion at a local level, but then also bringing it to other communities in the United States. For those of you who don't know, the History Center has been pioneering this digital web application for connecting folks to local history called History Forge. And before I give too much more away, I do want to turn it over to Eve, who is going to walk through the application and show off some of its power and connectivity. And I believe Eve has the ability to share her screen.
Yes.
Is that, yes? Excellent. All right, Eve, take it away.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Eve. And I also want to thank Legislator Rich John, whose idea it was for us to do this. So thank you. Go ahead, Eve.
Hi, thanks. My name is Eve Snyder, as Ben mentioned, and I'm the project coordinator for History Forge. I'd also like to thank you all for this opportunity to speak here tonight and tell you a little bit about our project. So what is History Forge? History Forge, as Ben mentioned, is a pioneering web environment developed by the History Center, combining census records, historic maps, and photos to create a unique way to visualize the history of any community. History Forge is also very much a community history project. Since 2016, hundreds of local volunteers have contributed to History Forge, Ithaca, transcribing thousands of records from 1900 to 1940 US Census so far, all for use by community members, scholars, and family historians. You can find us at www.historyforge.net. So one of the main ways that people interact with History Forge is to learn more about the history all around them. On History Forge, you can enter a name. You scroll down, you can enter a name of a person here or an address here to find out more about the people and places of Ithaca. So for example, if I was interested in the famous Boardman House, walk past there all the time. So I would enter 120 East Buffalo Street, or a part of it. And that will take me to the building record for the Boardman House, where we have some information about the building and a photo in this case, and the residents down here below. And there's a little snippet of information about them, and we'll show you more about this later, but you'll notice it has the professions, and Amanda Boardman here is listed as a capitalist. So fun fact, capitalist was a term used in the 1900 census. There are quite a few in Ithaca. And then it was kind of discontinued after that, I guess. It wasn't as popular. So another thing that you can look here, you can see here is in our maps, you can see this map view. And so this list has all the different maps that we've already entered, the historic maps that we've entered into History Forge. It always defaults to the top one, but you can look at some of the others. So for example, this 1899 city engineering map is pretty interesting because it has the names of the property owners here. So we can see that we can confirm on this map that the Boardmans were in fact the property owners of this. Another really cool thing about this particular map is you'll notice that there's two house numbers here, 120 and 22. And 22 was the old street numbering system. That changed in about 1898, 1899. The city renumbers its streets, its houses, so and buildings. So this map is one of the few places where you can find that translation for almost all, not all of them, but a lot of the buildings in Ithaca. So taking a look, you can also look at some of the other maps just to see how things changed. And this one is a good example because by 1919, 1920, this building had become the Ithaca Conservatory of Music, which is why we have no more residents in this building after a certain year, just in 1900 and 1910, so that it was no longer residents. So we've heard from people who've used History Forge to find out where their family lived, and from homeowners who wanted to learn more about the history of their house. In one case, a couple who recently bought a house that was built in the 1920s noticed that it had some unique features that were not common to houses from this time period. The new homeowners, they were from California, and they wanted to learn more about their house, but also about their community, and they heard about History Forge, and so they typed their address in. And there they found that their house that the person, the head of household in this case, was listed as working in building construction. In one 1930 census, he was a mason, and the 1940 census, he was a plasterer. So they were so excited to learn this about their house, and they wanted to learn more. And in fact, now they're going to be doing more research on the development of their block and how that block was built and developed. So I've asked that they let us know so that once what they find out, so we can add more things to the building records for those houses on the block. People engaged in History Forge often continue, in this personal way, often continue to explore further and ask more questions like, how did their block and their neighborhood develop? Who lived there? Where did they work? What were their lives like? And when people start taking an interest in the history of their community, that spurs an interest in the larger historical trends that brought us to where we are today. At the History Center, we've noticed that a lot of people are very interested in understanding how historic systems of oppression worked here in Ithaca. One of the things that History Forge shows particularly well is housing and employment discrimination. So let's use History Forge to take a look at Black home ownership and employment in Ithaca in 1930. To do this, we go to the People tab up here, and we select the 1930 US Census. And that brings us to all of the over 20,000 records of people, residents in Ithaca in the 1930s. From there, we can filter on any of the questions in the census. So all of these filters were things that were asked in the census in this particular census year. We want to find the Black homeowners, so we're going to filter on race, Black, and again, filter on home ownership. So if we go down to home owned or rented and check on owned. That brings us to the results of that search where we have 73 Black owned households. And we can look at the information listed here about the people, such as their names, places of birth, occupations, and industries. The fields displayed across the top here are initially the 14 default fields, but we can always, oops, I already have one on here. I added this one before and forgot to take it off. I wanted to add home value. So that's not one of the typical default fields, but that is a new census question in 1930 that's also asked in 1940. And it's really interesting census question, I think you'll agree. So then you can kind of scroll over to the side here and you'll see that it's listed, the home value as it was listed in the census for these different houses is here. So the other thing we can do with this information is we can map it. And each of these red dots represent a person. So we go scroll in and you see 17 there, that's 17 red dots. Let me back out a little bit so you can see this. So now you can see the areas where there were Black homeowners and all the areas where there were not Black homeowners. You can also do a similar search for the 1900 census and see a comparison. So to do that, we'll go to 1900. Oops, sorry, bigger. And I had already done the search, so it's reappearing. So we have this search here and we can map that. And again, just a, oops, a little bit. So you can see that. And the comparison from 1900, how much things changed and how much they stayed the same. So going back to our search for Black homeowners in 1930, we can also, along with that, we can look at, going back to 1930, we can look at employment issues. And so we have occupation and industry listed here as some of the default fields. So if we look at industry, we can actually kind of make the search alphabetical. And I wanted to removed home ownership just to get everybody. And then if we do this again, you'll notice here that some of these industries, the list of industries here is full of many small independent, probably places, and does not contain any of the major industries of Ithaca at the time. For example, you'll see Rowing Through the Seas, there's no chain works here. And if you go down to the G's, there's no gun works here. So some of these major industries in Ithaca did not employ any Black people. And we can look at that, we can see it here, but we can also, for example, go to and search on industry in the 1930 census. And if we filter on industry, and then let's say for sake of, it gets entered a lot of different ways, the industries. So if we just put in chain to get as many people as possible who will come in as employees under chain works, and you can see how it's listed different ways. Here we have 717 records. Now, if we try to sort the racial categories alphabetically, essentially, and we sort it up and down, we'll see that all of the employees here are listed as white. They're white in the census. So all 717 of them. So History Forge also provides unique ways to visualize Ithaca's history. One could explore the information on our historic map layers to see a two-dimensional rendering of what Ithaca looked like and where people lived and worked. So if you go to the Forge here, that's where our maps are. You start off with this Google Map layer, and we can kind of scroll in, and we have these different map layers. So if we were to look at the 1910 Sanborn Atlas here, and then scroll in a little bit closer. And it takes a little bit of time if you do this from home. It takes longer when you're doing it and you're on Zoom, because we're pulling up, each red dot is a lot of information here, and we're pulling this all up. So it just sometimes takes a little bit longer than some of the other things to display. So I'm looking for the corner of it's North Cayuga and West Seneca here. I'm scrolling a little bit closer. Too close. Okay. Sometimes. Sorry about that. Give it a second to catch back up. Okay. Okay, so you can see it goes in a little bit closer, but not too close. For example, here we have the Exchange Hotel. Oops. And you can see some of the residents when you click on that who are there. We also have up here, we have the Clinton House. So similarly, you could see some of the residents once it takes that of the Clinton House, but you can also see some of the other buildings in between. So the National Biscuit Company, the Manhattan Picture Show, but also some of these. So the annotations, DG stands for Dry Goods Store. There's a lunchroom, a confectionery. So you get to see all of that, see what Ithaca looked like at the time. We can also look at historic photos of buildings, especially some of those which no longer exist. So if I go into our buildings database, which is buildings for Ithaca, and then I had already filtered on this, but you can filter on street address, for example. So I'd already typed that in, 314 North Huga Street. So this is at the corner of North Huga and Westport Streets. It's currently where Library Place is being built. You can see what information we have about it. The house was built in 1830, and it was a residence for the first 100 years of its life. There's a photo of that building that used to be there before the library was there. And you can see the residents from those different decades. By 1940, it was the music department of its college. And then in the 60s, that was torn down and became the library, and now it's going to be Library Place. So lastly, in addition to all the demographic data and photos from the History Center's archives, we will be adding a way for individuals to contribute by adding their own historic photos of Ithaca's buildings and people. We think that this is a critical next step because it encourages people to see themselves through a historic lens. And now Ben is going to close by talking about some of the other new features that we're working on.
Thank you, Eve. I really appreciate you getting a chance to share this because it is such a powerful tool for engaging in local history. Mike, I saw you had put a question into the chat, and it's a great transition for me because why are we bringing this to the legislature now? We had to start this project focusing on Ithaca because of some of the development and coding work we needed to do to be able to accept data being input with it. And Ithaca had the sort of address system that played the nicest for us to pioneer this. But now we're sort of at a step where we've been able to test pilot and work through a lot of the challenges so that we are, just this past May, we started taking the first steps to be able to expand History Forge into Enfield and into some of our other communities here in Tompkins County, because the point is to get to a spot where we have the entire county mapped so that we can begin not just to understand individual house and building and people histories, but be able to look at a really systemic way across all of the demographics in the census. And so we're really excited and looking forward to partnering with the robust history community that we have in this county, not just in Ithaca, but in all of Tompkins County, to be able to bring History Forward, the History Forge forward to everybody. And then the other piece here, and this is a product because really only made possible because the legislature over many, many years has chosen to invest and support the History Center, and that makes projects like this possible. But it doesn't just have an impact here. So after we've pioneered this, this is being implemented over the past 6-8 months in Elmira, New York, in Auburn, New York, and Oberlin, Ohio. And we have plans to expand to new testing partners beyond New York State because we really believe this is such a powerful and pioneering tool that not only will benefit us here, but can benefit anybody that has polled and used the census. And that as sort of an initial investment on the county's part is making this sort of deep dive and connection to local history not just possible here in Tompkins County, not just possible in, our area of upstate New York, but really is opening up this program for communities across the country. And so that is sort of our takeaway message here of appreciation, and hope that, as we are expanding into the other parts of Tompkins County, we look forward to partnering with the folks in all of the other towns and villages. And so with that, we'd love to take any questions, or feel free to follow up, email, phone call, drop by in person. We're happy to show off this project.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Eve, and thank you, Ben. What a great project. I mean, I love history, so I know I'm going to be poking around. All right, I'm going to take really brief questions. I've already said thank you. So really brief questions. We have a long night. Rich.
From John Julia. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing right when I went off mute, but
Call from John.
my daughter is calling from New York. I apologize. Why don't you take somebody else's?
Sure, Leslie.
Just want to say thank you to Eve and Ben. This is a really exciting project. My husband, Joe, worked on this for 3 years. Back in the beginning, with big shout out to Bob Kibbe, all of the interpretive work that I know that hundreds of volunteers, including students from across the county, have participated in, the weekend work days. It's really been a lift. So to see all the data come out there and the analysis that you can flip through really quickly, and that it's going to be accessible to folks that don't necessarily work in a GIS world, but can do this kind of history analysis is very exciting. Thank you.
All right, Anne.
Yes, and thank you. I looked up a house that I spent quite a long time in renovating down on Lynn Street in downtown Ithaca, and I talked to people about how that neighborhood was a very blue-collar, working-class neighborhood, and so to look up and to see the professions, janitor, laborer, servant, painter, sheet metal worker, it's just pretty cool that you can see a little bit of the history. So thank you very much. And thank you for expanding out into the rural areas.
Go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. I just wanted to give some sense of the number of volunteer hours. I don't know, Ben or Eve, if you have an estimate of the hours, but this is a tedious, really labor of love that so many people in our community have chipped into. And part of the reason I thought this was a good thing for us to hear about is because of the next ambitious steps they want to take, that it really is something where the towns around the city can get involved and start taking their records into History Forge, and make it a much more powerful thing. And that's what I think is really cool, is every year it gets bigger and stronger because of all the community effort. This will be a lasting tool that really will speak for, years and years and years. So thanks.
Some of those numbers, Rich, that we especially during the pandemic, we're averaging between 200 to 320 volunteer hours a month. And that is across hundreds, as Leslie had said, hundreds of volunteers. And so it has been a lifeline for us as well, because it's allowed us to build and maintain a digital community during the pandemic when in-person meetings weren't possible. And so it's sort of staggering to think about the contributions from so many all over the Tompkins County. I know you guys have a long meeting ahead of you, so maybe with that we'll wrap up and express our appreciation here at the History Center for the county and really the entire community's long-standing support of local history here. It really sets us apart from other counties, both in New York State and across the United States.
Thank you. Thank you. That really was exciting to watch. So thanks a lot. And I hope there's some teachers watching, because I think we should get some children involved in yeah. And I think it would be, my teaching days, I'd have my students doing some of this research and looking back, and I think it'll be an exciting project. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I'm sure we'll hear from you again. So don't be a stranger. We'll be looking to see how it expands and grows. So, all right. Have a good night. Just real quickly, we will have an executive session tonight. Hopefully it wouldn't be too long. Other than that, there's no other business. We're going to move on to privilege of the floor for the public. I know people have been patient and waiting. I appreciate it. I do want to remind folks when you do sign up that you know, get the rules of the privilege of the floor. We, since we've been doing this COVID style, we really haven't been reading them off and so on, but we just want to encourage people to please be mindful of the time. We still try to stick to the 3-minute time limit. We give you a little extra. But please go ahead. We're not going to cut you off, but please to go ahead. I'll read off the list in the order in which it was received. Beginning with Kathy Schlatter.
Thank you, Leslie. It's good to see everyone. And I just wanted to let people know about a few things that are going on at the Human Services Coalition. First, we're starting our agency review process. We'll be taking an in-depth look at all the agencies that have applied for 2022 funding. And we have a great group of reviewers, and we'll be meeting with each agency director and a board member individually during this process. The agencies have done amazing work at meeting the needs of their clients this past year. They've constantly adjusted programs as situations continue to evolve. They've created new initiatives when required, just to make sure that their clients have access to the services that they needed. There are many first-time users this past year, people who had no food or couldn't pay the utility bills, and the nonprofits really stepped up their collaboration to fill in the gaps in services as they appeared. And we really appreciate all they've done. Just to let you know, the majority of agencies that we reviewed received the PPP funding, which helped them cover the 2021 time funding cuts. But as you know, they took a target cut of 12% in 2021 and are looking at an additional 13% cut in 2022 from the decrease in city sales tax. As the budget season progresses, we want to make sure that we keep you informed how things are going. But I just wanted to check in at this time to make sure that if you have any particular questions you would like to make, to have us to ask, and make sure we're asking the agencies during this process, please just give us a call or drop an email, and we'll be happy to get answers for you as we proceed. On another note, as I'm sure you're all aware, the state opened its portal today for the ERAP funding. That's the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This funding can pay for up to 12 months of rental arrears and utilities. And in some cases, it might also pay for 3 months going forward. Each community has designated an agency to assist people with filling out the application. And in Tompkins County, Human Service Coalition is that agency. And you can reach us by just calling 211. You can fill out the application yourself by going to the state site, which is otda.ny.gov/ERAP, or frankly, if you just type in New York ERAP, you'll get there too. But if you have any questions or need any assistance, you can just call 211. And even though the applications can be initiated by either the tenant or the landlord, it will take both parties working together to complete the application. So if you can please get the word out to your constituents and on all your lists that this is available now. We'll be doing outreach and advertising, but we literally just got the word last Thursday that they were going live this Tuesday. So we're asking people's help in getting the word out quickly. So again, if you have any questions about this program or need any advertisements or outreach information, please just let us know. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Okay, I see hands up. Are you all asking for something clarified? Okay, Leslie, go ahead.
Thank you, Kathy. Just a couple quick questions. One, you said you were just starting the review process, the agency review process. Do you have a sense of the timing of when you'll be done and know what you're recommending?
The process, we sent out the applications, probably more you want to know. In April, they came back to us a week ago. We are putting all the information together. We meet, our committee will give recommendations to my board at the end of June, and then we have all those recommendations to the county administrator by July 2nd, I believe it is this year. And then the administrator makes her recommendations to the legislature the first Tuesday in September.
Thank you.
So then we just go through October and
Yeah, and then to the regular cycle.
go through that.
The only other question I have is, do you have a sense of the level of demand that we'll be seeing using the ERAP funds? Do you have a sense of magnitude?
Of the agencies?
No, for the local demand to use ERAP funds for individuals. What do we think?
Most agencies have asked for, it depends, depending on the agencies, for a slight increase over the funding they got last year. There are a couple programs that asked for additional funding for specific programs, and some programs that have moved what was one-time funding and asked to have it moved into target funding.
Oh, no, thank you.
I don't have that right in front of me right now. I
Say it
should
clearly.
have thought of
Do you
that.
have a
Sorry.
sense locally in our community of how great the demand will be for the ERAP funds? That's what I was trying to.
Oh, the ERAP funds. I'm sorry. I don't. It's interesting. I've heard everything I've heard from around the state is that people should apply early. The first month, particularly for the month of June, they are making a priority. People that have 50% of their median income or less. So you certainly want those people to apply quickly. I don't think anybody really has any idea how fast this money is going to go, but people anticipate it could go quickly. So we're encouraging people to apply as soon as they can, not wait for the moratorium to end. So we did our first application today, and it took us about 50 minutes to do one application. So people need to get their documentation in line. So, encourage people not to wait. That's all, we're hoping. We know that there are quite a few people that have arrears in rent, and some of the numbers are pretty large for the arrears. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate the legislature and remind you this is a privilege of the floor for the public. We don't take too much time going back and forth. I see Kit, our commissioner for DSS, popped on the screen, and I'm supposing you popped up because there might be something you want to add to ERAP.
Thank you, Liz. And actually, I was just going to back Kathy up. So I don't have much to add. I think she's right. We don't know exactly how much people are going to need it.
All right. Thank you. Martha.
Just quickly, is there a link, a specific link that somebody can give us so we can put that on our Facebook pages, send it to constituents, that sort of thing? If either email or, I'm sorry?
The state link? Is that what you're looking for, Martha?
Wherever people should go. What's the easiest place for people to go?
Okay. I can type in the New York State link.
There's a YouTube link as well that we can share.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's all I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Kit. Next on our list is Diane Cohen. Hi, Diane. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name's Diane Cohen. I'm the Executive Director of Finger Lakes Reuse. I also volunteer on the board of Human Services Coalition and sat on their grant review committee for 7 years. Finger Lakes Reuse is contracted with Tompkins County Recycling and Materials Management to help divert material from the landfills, which is why I'm able to serve on the HSC review committee without conflict. And I might add, it's been like a real honor and education to serve with you, Kathy, and everyone that you've assembled on your team. So. And because of my work in the nonprofit sector and as well as the materials management sector for over 20 years, I think I can offer a unique perspective on both of these industries. So with my HSC board hat on, I just want to ask legislators to remember the critically important work of our local human service organizations and how much strain they were enduring before the pandemic and are now working harder than ever with increased demand and challenges due to COVID. And back to Finger Lakes Reuse, in spite of the challenges we all navigated with COVID, Finger Lakes Reuse took steps to expand our footprint and our services in 2020. We expect our sales in 2021 to be at least 40% over 2019 sales levels, exceeding $2 million in sales. We've averaged 25% annual growth over the history of the organization. We're now in our 13th year, and we collect sales tax on this revenue. While this activity provides an increasing return to the county, in addition, our 75 living wage employees, of our 75 living wage employees, 20 had previously been receiving public assistance. Thanks to Barb Ekstrom's vision and leadership, Tompkins County has been looked to as a leader in New York State in materials management for years. This public-private partnership between Finger Lakes Reuse and the county has helped us discover and demonstrate very uniquely, I should add, the tremendous untapped and invisible value that leaks out of every community every day. We've learned and are demonstrating that with this value, there's exciting opportunity and programs that could be supported through the revenues through the sales of used materials. We've supported more than 1,300 individuals with free material relief in the form of $114,000 in store credits that have been used since we began the Reuse Materials Access Program in partnership with other human service agencies since we launched that in 2017. And we've had more than 100 people go through our job training programs. A lot of partnerships with that as well. Even with the doubling of our retail footprint and expanding into an overflow warehouse in downtown Ithaca last year, we're facing a series of difficult choices and can currently only respond to a fraction of the donation requests we're receiving right now. We need to take a step to industrialize our processes with sufficient handling, baling of materials, warehouse space, loading facilities and equipment. I believe we have an opportunity to really take a second look at the value that's leaving our county in trash trucks every day, convert these materials into jobs, job training opportunities, and affordable resources. I plan to provide more information over the coming weeks and ask you to consider the powerful economic value, the critical reduction of greenhouse gases, the educational and job training opportunities that reuse can have, and consider helping add capacity in the reuse sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. All right. Continued success at Reused. Next is Heather McDaniel. Is Heather on?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you. It's hard to follow Diane Cohen. I'm so proud of all the work you've done at Reuse, and a good example of an early loan fund recipient from Ithaca Area Economic Development. I'm Heather McDaniel. I'm the president of Ithaca Area Economic Development. I'm also a 20-year resident of Tompkins County. On May 10th, as many of you are aware, the U.S. Treasury released guidance on the state and local coronavirus fiscal recovery fund, which is part of the American Rescue Plan Act. Tompkins County is scheduled to receive over $19 million in 2 disbursements coming this year and next year. Among the stated funding objectives, to support immediate economic stabilization for households and businesses to address the negative economic impacts caused by the coronavirus pandemic. The recovery funds enable local governments to provide a wide range of assistance to individuals and households, small businesses, and impacted industries, in addition to enabling governments to rebuild public sector capacity. I'm here today with a call to action. First, develop a process for investing these funds, or some of these funds anyway, in economic recovery. Second, do it quickly. The economy can't wait until 2022. Invest now in actions and initiatives that will put the hardest hit industry sector businesses on the road to recovery and economic prosperity. We are extremely lucky in this community to have a number of organizations dedicated to economic, workforce, and community development. As a result of the swift actions of numerous stakeholders and partners, we raised and distributed $1.1 million to support 145 businesses in just the first 4 months of the pandemic. Many of those businesses were able to preserve jobs, and some of them are still in business today as a result of our work. We have all contributed as stakeholders to the Tompkins County Economic Recovery Strategy. We have identified the hardest hit industries and the overall impacts to our economy, and put together an action plan, the economic recovery strategy, to position Tompkins County for success as the economy recovers. There are clear actions and initiatives that we are working on that, if funded in the immediate term, will propel our economy forward. Together, we can move forward and rebuild. The time is now to invest in actions today to ensure a robust and growing economy. The return on investment will be swift and it will be long-term. The return on investment will come in the form of job opportunities that increase family well-being and provide disposable income. Growing business and growing jobs increases sales tax, room occupancy tax, and property tax. Those are the building blocks of municipal income. The American Rescue Plan funding is a gift to every community in America. You will make the decisions on how to best invest those funds in our collective future, and I am asking you to support economic development. Develop a process and do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next is Larry Baum.
How did I know that was going to happen? I got to follow Heather about economic development. That's always challenging. So my name's Larry Baum. I am nearly a lifelong resident of Ithaca, and thanks to the History Center, I was able to look up the people that lived in the first home that we lived in on North Geneva Street. What an extraordinary project, and what a way to leverage technology. I founded the Computing Center in 1978. We currently have 24 employees serving Tompkins and surrounding counties. And I'm also Heather's board chair at Ithaca Area Economic Development. The last year was quite extraordinary. While much of the public sector was challenged and you needed to cut budgets for really good reasons, our private sector companies were working to stay in business and make the changes to keep our employees employed and stay safe all at the same time. We managed to do so. We kept all our people employed, and we actually ended up having a fairly good year at our company. We also know that many other businesses were far more challenged. Some went out of business, and some are just now coming back. Some specific industries like travel, hospitality, tourism were, quite frankly, devastated. It's going to take a long time for them to come back to their pre-pandemic levels. By necessity, you all had to change your budgets, particularly of outside agencies during 2020, as well as your own budgets. You also had to make some very hard choices during 2020 for 2021. But many of those choices were made at this time last year and into the fall. Conditions, as you all know, have changed dramatically since a year ago. And as Heather has mentioned, the federal government has stepped in with various programs, including the one she spoke of, that will help funding for 2021 and beyond. So, like Heather suggested, we strongly urge you to take a look at some of the budgets that you've already set, particularly for outside agencies in 2021. As I said, it was based on what was known in 2020. There's now funding that didn't exist a year ago. Plans that were made and budgeted starting back in 2019, in our view, should be restored to the tracks that they were on at that time, not the tracks that they're on starting in 2020. We also know that the legislature had to use reserve and contingency funds to make 2020 work. Those fund balances were created over many years of savings, and they existed precisely for events like 2020, hopefully not to occur again, but other events will occur. But having said that, there isn't really a reason to refill all those balances immediately. They can be filled in over time. And as you know, there's a number of workforce, infrastructure, tourism, and other projects that can be done now. As Heather said, don't wait till 2022 budget year. Do it now. Look at the projects. There are projects that are available to be done pretty much immediately, and we need to do that. Other communities across the country and in our state are taking the opportunity to attract and retain businesses. They're attracting people that are moving out of metro areas and into more affordable communities like Tompkins County. We need to keep our community competitive, and leveraging those funds will help us do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. And then I have next on the list, Greg, is it Mezzi?
Yeah, Mezzi.
Mezzi. Thank you and welcome, Greg.
Thanks. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you. Unfortunately, I didn't have the person who prepared the dairy proclamation write my comments, or also Heather prepare my remarks. So I appreciate you bearing with me. Again, my name is Greg Mezzi. I'm a Town of Dryden resident, and I'm a member of the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, and also sit on the Budget Committee for the STPB. As we were looking at our 2022 budget, we noticed the allocation of the American Rescue Plan funds to help support our budget in 22 and 23 budget years. While we're appreciative for that, and it's great to have those funds available, the members of the STPB and members of the Budget Committee felt strongly that there's a more urgent need to help make an investment in the tourism sector. The tourism sector in Tompkins County needs your help. We were one of the hardest hits in terms of job loss during the pandemic. And we have businesses that currently have capacity and hour restrictions lifted, but are not able to work to that capacity because the workforce to fill those jobs aren't coming back into those positions. We need to be bold and creative and work with our local economic development agencies to come up with programs to put those funds to use today, immediately, quickly, so that we can build back our tourism sector, which is really one of the cornerstones to our county's economy. So I'm here today to encourage you all to really give the tourism sector a strong look. Understand that many of these sectors that are generating room tax and sales tax need support more immediately than in 2022 and 2023. So as you look to how you allocate those funds, know that there's many in the tourism sector that need your support. We need to bring back the jobs and the tax revenue, right? So as we look at ROI on those funds, we're not able to really maximize or realize the full potential of the tax revenue in the county if we're not able to operate those businesses at full capacity because we don't have the workforce to support the demand. So I would encourage you all to work with the economic development agencies that we have in the area, to work with the members of the STPB, to work with business owners in the tourism sector to come up with a creative and bold solution on how to put those funds to work in 2021, and then also in 22 and 23 and beyond. So appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today.
Thank you, Greg. And thanks for your service on the STPB as well. Next is Lawrence McCann. Is Lawrence here? No? Okay. And then Jennifer Tavares. Is Jennifer here?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Leslyn. And thanks everyone for making some time. Well, I don't want to repeat everything that's already been said, but I certainly emphatically support everything that Heather said and that Larry said and also that Greg said. We talked about this a bit in committee last week, and certainly many of us have been having these conversations over and over. I think it's really critical that this entire legislature, if possible, has time to hear and understand the economic recovery strategy that our group has been working for several months to put together. There are a lot of initiatives, programs, some existing already, some new opportunities that we see to really leverage funding from multiple sources, but also the organizational capacity that we all bring to the table together to support the most robust recovery possible. We are talking about certain businesses, we're talking about certain industries, we're also talking about microenterprise development, small business development, workforce development, workforce recovery. This is highly complex. And we really need a lot of tools in our toolbox in order to do a good job with this. I'm hoping that you will all consider that, we know that the county itself has needs. We know that there are infrastructure investment needs. This is a lot of money that we're talking about. And so looking at how can this be intelligently invested to both deal with immediate and long-term needs, also look at the infrastructure that will support this community for years to come, economic development and otherwise, and also invest in immediate recovery, shorter term recovery needs. I think that would be a really wise way to sort of start to tackle things. As Heather said, our group has been meeting, if not bi-weekly or weekly, at least monthly for many, many months now. And it's really pretty incredible what everyone has brought to the table and what we've been able to accomplish together. You are talking about hundreds, if not thousands of businesses. You are talking about thousands and thousands of jobs. You're talking about millions and millions in economic impact. And you're also talking about sales tax receipts, room tax receipts, property tax relief, and all the other things that come along with that. So I'm hopeful that, we can find some really creative things to do together. A lot of other communities are doing it. And just want to encourage you again that I hope everyone can at least have the time and the space to really understand the economic recovery strategy that this group has put together, and find out which initiatives make the most sense to move forward with at this time. And certainly, as I'm sure you all know, I'm talking more broadly right now, but we understand, I think, as deeply as anyone at our organization about the direct impacts to the tourism and hospitality industry, and how significantly those workforce challenges are impacting folks and their ability to survive and recover. And we do need to be creative because, there's some interesting data to look at from a workforce perspective. It's not going to be an easy problem to solve, but certainly it's going to take all of us to do it. So thanks again for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, everyone. That was the last from my list of people who wanted to speak to us on the privilege of the floor for the public. Appreciate all your comments and thoughts. We are going to move on to municipal official. I did see George. Are you still here, George? And I see Bill Goodman as well. Go ahead, George. George McGonigal, Alderperson, City of Ithaca, First Ward.
Thank you, Leslyn. Hello, good evening, everyone. City Council meets for a monthly meeting tomorrow. The main things we're going to be talking about is the design guidelines for 5G. We hired a consultant and he gave us his recommendations, and we'll be talking about those tomorrow. The mayor is very close to announcing the members of the task force that will be working to implement the police reimagining program. Tomorrow we will be voting on the Community Justice Center funds that you also are. Have you voted on that already?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. I thought we were going to last month, but we're going to vote on it this month. That's about all I've got. I'm glad to either answer your questions or find out the answers to your questions if you have any.
No, George? Disappointed. Questions, comments for George? Deborah? Bill, you have time to prepare your joke.
Yeah, George, I'm curious. Has anybody come and asked you for money?
Just the people that I owe money to.
That's a joke. Thank you, George. Any other questions or comments of George Ziegler?
Just, about the reimagining, I was just curious. I know our sheriff is recruiting new deputies. Is the IPD recruiting? Is it having any trouble recruiting people? What's the situation?
The IPD is having a lot of trouble recruiting. We're actually losing officers. Other agencies are recruiting our officers. We've had at least 4 retirements that weren't really planned. So that's a big problem in the city right now.
Thanks, George.
Thank you. Martha?
Thank you. Sort of an answer to Deborah's question. I have the slides from Heather's presentation to HED last week, and I was going to send those out tomorrow, or ask Michelle to send those out. And I think Heather said they are going to be making a presentation to, I guess, the planning committee at the city. The group is final. I'm looking. Okay, Heather's writing something in chat. So I think it will be coming to the city is what I hear. So yeah, the city has its own source of funds, obviously. So George, you haven't had a conversation about process yet at the city?
That is correct,
Okay.
Martha.
Thank you.
Henry?
Yes, George, do you know whether the city has even applied for the rescue funding?
Yes, I think the city is going to be getting a large amount of money.
Yes, but have they submitted the request yet?
I believe they have. I can find out for sure.
Okay. I was also curious about how things stand regarding the chief of police and the head of staff, your searches.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to either one. I know the search for both has begun, but I don't know how far along either one is. But that's something I can find out.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
George, you mentioned the Reimagining Police Task Force, something like that.
Yes.
Was there I must have missed it, so I'm asking honestly, was there a request for folks to participate, or?
The mayor is choosing a group of 12 or 13. 3 will be members of council. 3 will be members of IPD, and 6 or 7 are members of the community that will be representing some of the same groups that were involved in the reimagining outreach programs. So Black community, houseless community, underserved residents in the city of Ithaca. But I believe the mayor is the one who's making those requests, and he's almost got a full slate now, but I don't know the names.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Anything else with George? All right. If not,
Anna wants to comment on that, I think. There was a thing in the chat.
I'm sorry, say what?
I thought Deanna wanted to comment. There was a chat that came up.
Oh, I was just putting the note that Shelley had rejoined us. There was a question specifically around the chief of staff question and the hiring of the chief, correct? And so, and Shelley had been on here previously, and so I was just noting that she was here, could support some of the answers. That was all.
Okay, appreciate that. It's completely up to Shelley if Shelley wants to share information. But I appreciate the acknowledgement.
Yeah, I can just quickly, in terms of the chief of staff, we have conducted a search. There's a search committee reviewing applications as of now. The timeline, assuming everything goes smoothly, is for the mayor to be able to announce a chief of staff mid to late July.
Okay. Thank you for the additional information, Shelley. Appreciate it. All right, on to our next municipal official, Bill Goodman from the town of Ithaca. Bill, you're deputy town supervisor. Do I have that right? Correct.
Yep.
All right, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Leslyn. Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'm here to give the quarterly report from the town of Ithaca. I'll mention briefly a couple of things, and then if you want to ask any questions, obviously I'll stay, but if you don't have time for questions, I'll also stick around and you can put a question in the chat for me and I'll look in the chat and answer any questions by chat if you want to do it that way to save some time. First, you might see behind me, you can't read it, that's the Free Hollow Cider Mill, which is Free Hollow was the old name for Forest Home. And that's just to remind folks that this is the town's bicentennial year, along with the town of Enfield, of course, because we were both created out of the larger, older town of Ulysses back in 1821. So if you go to our town of Ithaca's YouTube channel, we have a couple of events that we had earlier in the year and recorded those. So they are on our YouTube channel. You can watch those at your leisure. One of them was a fun reenactment of our first town meeting. Takes about half an hour, so I think you'll enjoy that if you haven't seen it already. Some of the things that we're working on that I'm involved with through my role as chair of the town's Codes and Ordinances Committee, we are getting ready to have a public hearing at our June 14th town board meeting on the Ithaca Energy Code Supplement, which as you probably know, if you've been following the media, the city also worked on. We've been working on this for a number of years, actually almost 5 years. The city, the Common Council just adopted it last month, in May. And then we'll be looking to have the public hearing and vote on it. As you may have seen from some of the media, one of the big items that happened towards the end is we got a lot of public comments to move up some of the timelines. This applies to new construction and requires extra energy efficiency and reduction of greenhouse gases in new construction. And our timeline was to make it stricter in 2025 and then even stricter in 2030. And the Common Council decided to move those timelines up to 2023 and 2026. And it looks like the town of board, our current draft, will do that as well. So that's what I'm expecting from our law. Next, we are also George just mentioned that the city is looking at telecommunications. We are also starting to review our telecommunications law and prepare for the rollout of 5G and the provider's desire to put in more small cell facilities. So we are looking at how to update our law to provide for regulations, aesthetic regulations, which local municipalities can do under federal regulations. And so then we also will be looking at that over the next couple of months. Then also short-term rental. We're still working on short-term rental. Right now, our big discussion is how to deal with lakefront properties where people have traditionally rented out their properties. So we'll be treating those differently than the short-term rentals throughout the rest of the town. But we're trying to figure out some time limit to put on that. We've been hearing from the tourism community about the need for spots to rent on the lake. And so currently our town board has not come to an agreement yet amongst ourselves of what we would like to do. So we'll be looking at that at our next meeting on June 14th is our next short-term rental committee meeting. We are doing some work on trails, and we're continuing to work with Danby and Caroline and Dryden on a possible extension of the South Hill Trail, talking with NYSEG about getting an easement to extend the South Hill Trail. We're also finally, we had awarded a contract to do work on the lower portion of the Gateway Trail, which would be by Buttermilk Falls State Park and would eventually cross the bridge to nowhere over Route 13 to connect to the future Black Diamond Trail behind Home Depot. And so it looks like we'll get that work done this year. So maybe we'll have a ribbon cutting towards the fall when people can actually walk across that bridge after all these decades.
Wow. Yes.
So, and then Inlet Valley, in our Inlet Valley area, which is around Route 13, around the Ithaca Beer area, we are moving ahead with rezoning there. We're going to have a meeting with residents and property owners in that area next week. And we've got some draft language. We're trying to use that as an area to encourage more businesses. And we're trying to promote and focus on businesses related to tourism, since it's between two big state parks, and agriculture and agritourism. So if you happen to know of any businesses along those lines, please send them our way. And then finally, up on South Hill, at the intersection of King Road and 96B, which is one of the areas that we designated in our comprehensive plan about 5 years ago as where we want to see traditional neighborhood development, TND, new urbanism. We last fall finally adopted our new zoning, the new neighborhood code, we call it, to allow that type of development. And so some of the major landowners there are interested in moving ahead now with developing that area. And so we're starting to look at the town also hiring a designer, and probably will be in a few months holding a charrette to come up with more specific designs to move development forward in that area. And so those, I think, are the highlights. And again, as I said, I'm open to taking questions now or in the chat if you want to type something in the chat.
Thank you, Bill. You're full of good news tonight. Love hearing all of that. Mike Ziegler.
Hey, Bill. Hey, I'm just wondering, the thing you said about short-term rentals really interested me. Have you gotten any pushback from people who don't live on the lake who are saying, why are you treating lake properties differently than my property? I'm curious about that.
A little bit. I mean, we've heard a little bit about that. Not too much though. We always knew when we started talking about short-term rentals, and that again is going back years ago, that we would treat the lakefront different just because of the tradition of people renting there. And we can, because it is a different zone, we have a separate lakefront residential zone, which is separate from our low density, medium density, and high density residential zones. We can come up with different regulations there. But as I said, there's no consensus yet on the town board level of what we want to do in terms of limits. But we've been hearing a lot from the tourism community, including Peggy Coleman and the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, that that's a crucial component for local tourism industry, and having accessibility and availability of people to rent on the lake. So we're taking that into consideration.
All right, Martha Henry Rich.
This night about conversation about the American Rescue Plan. I think in the early listings of what municipalities were going to get, Ithaca was listed, but it wasn't clear if it was the city or the town. Have you guys figured out how much you're going to get?
Yeah. In some lists, the town was actually left off. We were a little concerned. We obviously contacted Schumer's office. Yeah, I think we're getting about $2.5 million in the town. But then, as I understand it, some of that we have to split with the village of Cuba Heights, because the village's portion is included in the town's figure.
Right.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bill. Do you have a plan for it at all? Have you started that?
Not yet, no, but hearing the discussion tonight was quite interesting, so I'll be talking about it tomorrow.
Okay, thanks very much.
Henry and then Rich.
Yes. Bill, do you have a sense of the limitations on the non-lakefront Airbnbs?
Yeah, and we're still, a couple of years ago, we actually came up with those numbers. And as I said, it's taken us a while to move this forward, but we're still talking about for unhosted. So that's where the owner, the host, leaves the premises and is not present. For unhosted, it's a 29-day limit over the course of a year. For hosted rentals, there's no limit currently. And so that's the number we had come up with a while ago, and we're still, the current drafts we're working with, we're still thinking about that number for unhosted. The other big difference is in outside of the lakefront zone, you can only do short-term rentals with your primary residence, or if you own the house next door to your primary residence. In the lakefront zone, we're going to allow people to do short-term rentals in homes that is not their primary residence, since many of the places there are people's second homes or vacation homes. And we want to have those available for short-term rentals. And so that's another big difference between lakefront and the rest of the town.
Thank you.
All right, Rich.
Hi, Bill. Thanks for coming. I'm always happy to hear you talk about the trail program, and the town of Ithaca has just done a great job there. I'm curious, I thought that there was an agreement close with the DEC for the end of the East Hill Recreation Way, where your trail meets the town of Dryden to connect. And there's a short spur that's owned by the DEC. Has there been any progress there?
I don't know specifically what's been going on with that. I know that we have been involved in discussions with Dryden and with the county about the road crossing there, crossing Game Farm Road. And so that's pretty much the extent that I know. And you know, we're committed to working with Dryden, because I think the county highway department has wanted us to take responsibility for that. So anything with the DEC would probably be more things that have been worked on by the folks over in Dryden and their trails group. So we haven't, town of Ithaca hasn't actually gotten involved in that.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Bill. Quick question about Inlet Valley. For some reason, I thought that just recently we learned that FEMA was going to be issuing new flood maps. And I was wondering if that was something that you had learned about and whether that's going to be factored into your zoning review of Inlet Valley.
I know folks in our engineering department and our public works department have been, in contact with FEMA for a while now over the changes to the flood maps. I don't know the details of that particularly, but I believe that in that area, the area that we're talking about, the inlet is far enough away from where we're seeing future development, and it's actually quite a bit below the elevation of where we're seeing new development, because where it goes near crosses under Route 13 there, I believe it is a bit below. So I don't believe that any of the changes in the flood map are going to affect any of the areas that we're looking at rezoning. But I'd have to defer to our engineering department on that.
Well, I'm sure you'll do that, so it won't be a problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bill, for coming and sharing with us. We appreciate all the work. Congrats on your bicentennial. Continue to look forward to all of the festivities and activities to celebrate. Do keep us posted.
And I'll just end by thanking the county for all the work they've done, and over the past year and a half, keeping the local municipalities informed on what's happening with COVID and all the efforts that you have done, and just thank all of you for all of your public service to the residents of the county.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. We have privilege of floor for legislators, and then we have staff waiting for a couple of agenda items, and we're going to move out. So legislators, why don't you take it away, Mike Lane?
Thank you. Yesterday was Memorial Day, and the sun came out after a pretty dreary weekend. And I hope that folks had a chance to think about Memorial Day. Maybe you attended a service. Maybe you thought about family and friends that had served in the armed forces. Maybe you had a chance to thank a veteran for service, or also other people like some of the first responders that have been involved in so many serious things. This Memorial Day for me was a little different in that there was a tremendous amount of publicity about a very, very sad event that took place in the United States 100 years ago. And that took place in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where there was basically a massacre of African Americans stemming from some incident in an elevator between two young people. It was a classic situation where basically a white mob was looking to lynch somebody. There was response from a community in Tulsa that was well known for being an excellent community of African American people, had good, strong businesses, good professional businesses, probably better than average schools for that time. But this was an era in which there was a lot of generation of hate, particularly by organizations like the KKK that were out not only working against the interests of African Americans, but against those of Catholics and immigrants across the country, including here in Tompkins County and Ithaca. There was a massive KKK rally in that time frame. I can't tell the exact date that took place on the fairgrounds. Fairgrounds is where Wegmans is now. But anyway, this thing that turned out in Tulsa to be a massacre became a fight in which many people died. People were terrorized. And it's my understanding that they actually used airplanes to drop bombs on that community. It was across the news, and I hope that folks had a chance to look at some of the documentaries that were done on that. It made me very, very ashamed of something that happened 100 years ago. But I'm glad they're talking about it now. I've heard of it before, but I never heard of it to the extent that it was talked about recently. We can't have things like that happen and then just brush them under the rug. It's important that people know it happened, just like the Holocaust or anything horrible that happens in our history. We have to have people and generations know that these things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mike Sigler.
Thank you for that, Mike. Mine is not that kind of news. Mine is actually good local news. So to turn from that, I just wanted to give a big thank you to a bunch of people. Heather McDaniel, Jennifer Tavares, Ed Levine, and Pam Helming. And I'm just going to tell you this story quickly because it's a good example of what you can do locally for people. And Salt Point Brewery, I don't know if you knew, they were having a little trouble. They were a licensed brewery right here in Lansing. They moved. They spent a lot of money to open a new location. They were having a lot of trouble getting their license from the state. And those people all kind of pulled together, made a lot of calls. And even until the very end, they were having trouble getting this license, which is remarkable. And then I was able to get the authority, the liquor authority, on the phone with the Hesses, and we're able to get them licensed so that they could open. And again, Jennifer and Heather and Ed and Pam, everybody really pulled together to make that happen. And for two people, you know, the Hesses and their partners in this, who had invested so much in the town to make that happen, I really appreciate all their efforts, and it's good to see them open and functioning. So thanks to everyone.
Was that Salt Point?
It is Salt Point, and they have pizza too, Deborah. So.
Okay.
Any other legislators? No, the legislature, I'll just take this moment. I was going to comment on what Mike Lane brought up, and I want to still take my moment to say something about this. Yesterday, May 31st, today, June 1st, 1921. Tulsa, Oklahoma, a community that was vibrant. And it's interesting, let me just take a sidebar, watching the mapping and the History Forge project tonight and seeing the concentration of where Black residents were. And I think of Black Wall Street as it was known. Jared and I visited there somewhere between 98 and 99 and learned the history of what happened there. There's a museum sort of dedicated to that, and we had a chance to go and look at it. So just watching all of the news programs dedicated to the massacre that happened in Oklahoma, where well over 300 Black people were killed. I appreciated watching a program yesterday where a high-ranking official of the National Guard spoke of his own embarrassment that the National Guard failed at that time to protect their citizens. And to think that these individuals' bodies were just buried in mass graves so that we can hide the evidence, supposedly. Much appreciating the city of Oklahoma and the officials there who have taken the time to say, we are going to dig up these graves. We are going to find these bodies. We are going to honor these people with the proper burial that they deserve. And we are going to raise this community's shame so that nothing like this happens again. This was a thriving Black community, Greenwood. We have survivors of Black Wall Street, at least two, who made it to the White House and spoke eloquently, brilliantly about their experience as young people, young children who witnessed this. Our country still continues to deal with the scourge of racism. A white woman complained that a Black man did something to her, even though he didn't. And the story is being, stepped on her foot. Or we just recently heard about them being in an elevator together and the elevator breaking, and she runs out screaming because she's trapped in this elevator and screaming about attempted rape on her. And the mob, as we know it, the white mob, came to find this man and to publicly lynch him for what he supposedly had done. It's a story that's repeated over and over again, how Black men are othered, not believed, or at least the worst is believed of them. And because of this one incident, alleged incident, an entire thriving, successful community was burnt to the ground, was destroyed. America needs to deal with this continued problem of racism. And what happened in Oklahoma, what happened in Tulsa, I'm very glad to see that it is being spoken about. I remember the chills I felt when I stood there. Was about the same time we went to visit the site of the Oklahoma City bombing, and the chills that I got from standing there, watching where children used to be. All because people carry hate in their hearts. And sometimes that hate, most times, is not justified. For the people on Black Wall Street, it was just because of the color of their skin. And it continues today. So for all of us, I hope that we do, as Mike said, take time to understand, to learn the history, to talk about it, don't bury it, like those unfortunate souls that were buried in mass graves. Don't bury it. Understand that we can eradicate this disease in our community if we have shared value that it is a disease. We have to share that value. We can't just look to the Black people to get rid of it, and we can't just look to the white people to get rid of it. We know the white people have to do a lot of work. But we have to share that value, and we have to work together to get rid of racism in our community, our local community, our society, our nation as a whole. I just wanted to add my 2 cents. It's not an anniversary worth celebrating, it's an anniversary worth remembering, and remembering in the right way. Thank you. On that note, I also want to recognize some folks who were on the call earlier when the proclamation for Juneteenth was being read. It's hurtful that all these things are because of what harms that were done to Black people. I want to acknowledge Deanna Carruthers, our Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, Rachel Graham, who is the Vice Chair of WDIC, Shelley Michelle Nunn, from the City of Ithaca HR Director, Dr. Ken Clark, J.R. Claiborne, Ruby Plean, Cynthia Brock, Henry Granison, Dominic. These are all folks who've been working to pull together the week-long celebration for Juneteenth, because Juneteenth is not just one day. June 19th is the official holiday, but it is called Juneteenth because it was the teen days of June that the message was getting from one plantation to the other. At 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, you are free. June 19th just happens to be that the last plantation in Galveston, Texas, that the folks who were enslaved there got that message. And also at the time, I think, at the end of the war. So I just wanted to acknowledge the folks who've been working to pull together this week-long celebration in its true form for our staff at county and city, that we will provide some education as well as some encouragement for all of us to do better. Thank you. Let's move to our agenda. Like I said, I'd like to shuffle things around a little bit. Why don't we take up the, let's just take up the consent agenda, and then we will take up HHS resolution F, because I believe that's what Kit's waiting for. And Barb might be waiting for something too, but we'll get it. So let's go to the consent agenda. Consent agenda are resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requested a resolution or appointment to be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees, as well as advisory board appointments. So let's see. Under government operations, resolution A, authorization to accept 2019 Homeland Security Grant and Budget Adjustment, Sheriff's Office ID 10067. On the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, resolution B.
Please.
Support for, poll please, okay. On the resolution B. And resolution C, urging the Public Service Commission to develop a white paper transition off of fossil fuels for heating, ID 10160. And
Off, please.
off, okay, so we're putting B and C. All right, and for appointments, we have Sub DWI and Traffic Safety Board. Dave McKenna, we know him. Stacy, I think is Cangelosi Mike. And Shauna Black, we know her. Appointed to the board terms, all the terms expiring December 31st, 2024. May I have someone move the consent agenda? Moved by Mike Sigler, seconded by Ann Corman. All in favor of the consent agenda. Roll call vote.
Mike Sigler, Mike Sigler,
Yes.
John Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's go to Health and Human Services Committee. Shauna Black, Chair, for your resolution.
Thank you very much. I would like to move Resolution F, authorization to accept and expend additional coronavirus aid, relief, economic security, CARES Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG grant funding, Department of Social Services. And we did vote and approve that this afternoon in committee, ID 10162. I so move.
May I have a second, please? Second by Amanda Champion. Discussion. Okay, roll call vote.
Mike Sigler, Mike Sigler,
Yes. Sorry, I don't know why it's not working.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, carries unanimously. Thank you. And Barb, what are you waiting for?
I think
On the peak?
Hi, I'm waiting for the resolution on producer responsibility coming from Peak.
Okay, thought maybe. All right. And Corman, Chair Peak, you want to take up your resolution H?
Sure. Let me get this.
Resolution H is in support for the New York State Legislature to establish an extended producer responsibility system for packaging and printed paper. And after we get this on the floor, I was hoping Barb could explain a little bit about this if she doesn't mind.
All right, moved by Annie. Thank you. May I have a second, please?
I second.
Thank you. Seconded by Deb Dawson. Now it's on the floor. Any discussion?
I was hoping Barb could talk a little bit about it.
I'd be glad to.
Thank
So
you.
what I've sent you so far is the resolution, a 2-page summary, and then in response to Mike Ziegler's good question, I also submitted to the full legislature some explanation. But in summary, I'm on vacation right now in Colorado, and this is very, very important to me, which is why I'm here. What we've seen over a number of years is that the responsibility for conducting, implementing, and financing recycling in this country has been borne by local and state, primarily local government. The second thing we've seen is that there have been instances where recycling for financial reasons had to go away. We've also seen the emergence of products that are not recyclable that have to be thrown away. Whereas in Canada, what we've seen, because of the producers or the manufacturers taking responsibility for the products that they manufacture and the recycling, collection, and processing programs, what we've seen are tremendous growth in products that are sustainable, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and we see municipalities that bear very little cost, unlike what we've been seeing. As you well know, recycling markets over the last 5 years have plummeted, and the costs for processing have tripled. And we're facing all of those problems here. If we were to urge, and if the Senate and the Assembly were to pass this product stewardship legislation, it would be tremendous for all involved. The haulers would have input, or the processors, but the manufacturers, Procter & Gamble, and just Lay's and so many other different products would wind up in a position where they took the leadership. A product responsibility organization was formed. And Martha, thanks for sharing that legislation. I've been involved with the Product Stewardship Council, and we've tweaked that quite a bit. And at this point, it looks very likely that the Senate will pass this, and it's more than possible that the Assembly will pass it. And if that's the case, then we will stay very, very plugged in to how this is falling into place in the state and hopefully in this country. And we only have to gain, and we have nothing to lose in terms of increased recyclability and lower cost.
All right. Thank you, Barb. Martha and then Annie.
Thanks, Barb. Colorado, that's dedication. Yeah, the legislation actually was pointed to me by Deborah, and I wanted to make sure that since the resolution talks about printed paper and the handout that's in our packet talks about printed paper, I wasn't sure. I knew you said at committee that there was some kind of exemption for newspapers.
Well, essentially what happened very recently, and I've talked to my peers who are, one of which is real plugged in from Okra, the newspaper and the magazines has since been removed. We don't have the revised legislation, but it will not be considered. I think that probably is a very good thing, because it is hard to imagine that that would be considered packaging. And also it does affect the recycling industry and the newspaper industry. But let's not forget, we've been paying all this time for those newspapers and magazines, with the mixed paper, and the revenue has been at times negative, so.
Okay, so I'm still sensitive to that, and I just, I drafted something that refers to the specific language in the bill.
So
I did send that out to, yeah, I copied you on that, sent that out to the legislature and to Kathy Covert earlier, so if this is a good time, I can read that, but I see other hands too. I mean, I just felt like, I suppose the legislature will know, but whoever, actually reads our resolution will kind of know what's in the new law, and it seems it was revised, but I would really like to make it clear.
Offering an amendment, Martha?
I would love to, yeah.
So can you go ahead, please?
Sure. So I sent out the following that would go on the packet, page 34, like around line 18, a new second to last whereas. Whereas, notwithstanding mention of, in quotes, printed paper, unquote, in this resolution, the Tompkins County Legislature supports the fact that section 27-3301D2 of Senate Bill 1185C, the latest version of the bill, specifies that, in quotes, periodicals, magazines, newspapers, or literary text and reference-bound books, unquote, are not included in this legislation. And so that whole reference thing came from Deborah. So I thank Deborah for sending the bill number and the section and all that. But I thought it was
offered as an amendment. Is there a second to the amendment, or is it friendly to the mover and seconder?
I'd like to open it up for discussion first and vote.
Pardon?
I'll second.
Did you?
I'll second it.
I'm sorry?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Mike Lean.
Also, there's some additional language that needs to be added that was sent out to everyone today. Just a second resolved that specifies to whom a copy of this resolution should be sent.
Okay, so let's handle this amendment and then we will get to another amendment if there is. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, let's vote on the amendment as presented by Martha.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Sean Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that becomes the new motion on the table with the amendment. Thank you, Martha, for that. Deborah.
Okay, so now we have the technical, which is the addition of the second resolved. And also, if I may, in the course of researching the answer to Martha's question, I discovered that the Senate bill is now 1185C because there was a further revision in committee. So we probably should correct that in the first resolved. And I can check the line number for you. In the current packet, that would be on line 25 of page 34.
Okay, so you want to add that result. You want to
Right, and change the 1185A/B to 1185C. And Martha has a note in the chat.
Bill number is referenced on the first page too, on line 39, page 33.
Okay, thank you, Martha.
So all we're doing is changing the bill numbers.
Right.
I suppose that's friendly.
Should be.
And we can talk
Yes.
for about an hour if you'd like. All right, that's friendly. I'm just kidding. Okay. So now that is the main motion on the table. And Corman.
Yes, I just, thanks Barb for coming and speaking at our meeting, especially in beautiful Colorado. It looks like it's sunny there. I just also want to mention that I've been following this for, I don't know how many years. I haven't been really looking at it the last year, couple of years. I've been busy with this legislature job, but before that, working with the Sierra Club, we saw many countries around the world that were already doing this. And so we're late to the game. So I'm really glad that a bill such as this is hopefully going to get passed. And so thank you very much for your work on this, Barb.
You're welcome, and I will update your committee regularly on the status and the progress.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Deborah Dawson had submitted a proposed amendment to add the last resolve.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Debbie, I do have a highlighted yellow copy with another resolve you wanted to add.
Yeah, it was just that it got left off when it was submitted in committee. Rather than try to write it on the floor, I agreed that I would bring it forward as an amendment.
Okay, can you please read what it is and we'll see if it's friendly?
Resolved further that copies of this resolution be sent to Governor Andrew Cuomo, Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins, Assembly Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes, Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, Senator Pamela Helming, Tom O'Mara, Peter Oberecker, and Todd Kaminsky, Assembly members Anna Kellis and Stephen Engelbright, and the New York Association of Counties.
Okay, just a list of who we should send a resolution to.
Right.
Is friendly? So
yes,
it's all to add. Thank you very much. Now we have amended new resolution, and let's vote on it.
Mike Sigler. Shauna Black.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Henry Grayson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
yes,
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Dave McKenna.
Yes.
Glenn Maury.
Yes.
Martha Robertson.
Yes.
Leslie Show.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you all for your work. Thank you, Barbara. Enjoy the rest of your time away.
So we have Mike Hall here for resolution.
Is
G.
Mike, I was looking to see who else was here and I couldn't
believe
see.
he's still here.
All right, we have airport resolutions. We have Mike Hall here. Mike, that's resolution G, I believe.
Yes.
So Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair, taking up resolution G.
Airport resolution, budget adjustment. This is resolution G. Ithaca Tompkins International Airport. It was passed, I believe, in budget committee this afternoon. This is ID 10059, and I so move.
May I have a second? Second by Dave McKenna. Discussion.
If I could.
Go ahead.
Mike Hall came to both of our committees, the Facilities and Infrastructure first, and then also to our Budget Committee, which Deborah chairs, and explained this resolution. He and Jason Molino had done work on this as to what we were going to do and how we were going to apply the funding from the three stimulus bills that had come out of Congress and had given us some funding. This would include the proposal to get our landing fees or passenger facility charges down to the level that we think we need to be at to be competitive. I would certainly defer to Mike Hall to answer any specific questions about this, but I think it's something we need to do to go forward to keep our airport, bring our airport back to where we were headed in 2019 and where we're going to be heading after here on out.
Thank you. Sean Black.
Thank you. I actually have a few questions. I was wondering, it seems like the airlines actually received quite a bit of stimulus funding, and I'm just wondering why they would be receiving this funding as well.
Shauna, they're not receiving this funding. The airport is.
Right, but it's offsetting.
The federal government chose to support the entire air transportation industry. Some of the money that they supported went to the airlines, mostly for direct operating costs. Another part of that was granted to airports to replace lost income as a result of the pandemic. And those are two separate issues. I think the federal government dispersed the money this way purposefully so that, holders at the airport level have support regardless of what the airlines thought, and the airlines would have support regardless of what the airports thought. So it was deliberate.
Excuse me, Mike, can you lean into your microphone a little bit? We're having trouble hearing you.
Okay, I'll
Thank you.
try to speak real loud. So it was deliberately petitioned by the federal government, and this is actually money that's provided to airports. Each of the airports that's in the country that has their commercial air service received an apportioned amount of the total federal package, and that's what we're talking about here. It's airport money, not airline money.
Okay, and why would we not consider applying this to the debt that we currently owe to the principal?
Well, we could. However, if we spent this money entirely on debt, we would have to raise all of our sources of revenue at the airport way beyond market competitiveness. And that would be very discouraging for air service and could very easily result in us losing air service, but continuing to have the responsibility of caring for the airport. So we considered that balance and decided that the best strategy was to balance our budget this year using the monies that were granted for that purpose to encourage the return of traffic, to return to sustainability so that we had a business model that was balanced and paid for itself as it did for many years going into the pandemic.
Okay. And my last question is, has there been any conversation with Cornell for them to help out in this situation, since many of their employees and colleagues use the airport?
Well, there's been no conversation with them because as a result of 3 tranches of federal support plus the amount in the airport fund balance, we essentially have $6 million to apply to the airport out of reserves. We used a little less than $1 million of that last year. What we're proposing in this budget adjustment is simply that we can maintain a competitive airport structure of rates and charges. And at the end of the year, we'll see what it takes to balance the budget, but it will be, in our estimation, less than the amount we are proposing as the budget adjustment right now. It would be unprecedented to turn to Cornell and ask them to contribute, especially under the circumstances. Now, in the out years, that's way beyond what any of us can foresee at this point. But we have, if we implement this budget adjustment, and if we are accurate in our forecasts, and we've promised to come back to you if there are any changes, material changes, or on a quarterly basis to tell you how this is playing out. In other words, how is our business actually recovering and therefore paying for itself? But we expect to enter 2022 with at least $2 million worth of money applicable to operating costs, or if we don't need it and we recover, the residual can be applied to reducing the airport debt. So those are decisions that'll be made after we know more about where we are. This particular budget was developed before 2 of the 3 federal tranches were granted to us. And so it's very much out of date in terms of the thinking that was in place last November when you approved the 2021 budget. So this is really just an update to say, okay, we've had more federal support. This is how we think it's best applied, which is consistent with why it was granted in the first place. And we'll pick it up after, another quarter and see where we stand at that point. But right now we're recovering very positively. The number of seats in market by the end of the year will equal the number of seats in market that we had going into the pandemic. And right now, virtually every seat's taken in and out of Ithaca. So we're strong right now in our recovery, and we want to continue that way.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? I have a couple of questions. So Mike, can you tell me I was trying to find it real quickly. What is our current landing fee per $1,000?
I don't know. I don't have that number off the top of my head. It's in the package of slides that were provided, but the thing that matters in the end when it's all mixed in together between landing fees, which is a variable cost to the airlines, and facility rental, which is a fixed cost, divided by the number of passengers, adds up to a cost per enplanement. And that's really the one number that the airlines look at. How much does it cost them to enplane a passenger in Ithaca versus picking up that passenger in Syracuse or Rochester or Binghamton or Elmira. And our cost per enplanement, which is everything added up and divided by the number of passengers, needs to be competitive. And we've been working from a very uncompetitive position 7 years ago. Each year we've gotten more competitive. And this budget places us in a much more competitive position than we would be without the use of these funds. If we passed the cost on to the airlines, we'd be out of business. If we passed the cost on to the rental car company, we'd be out of business. So that's what the federal government recognized, and that's why these monies were granted to airports to keep them in business until their business could recover.
So I just want to make sure I'm reading the numbers right. That's why I'm asking you that question. So from what the consultant company presented, signatory landing fee rate pre-relief fund says $9.72. That's per thousand, I understand that. And budget 2021, I'm supposing that's post-relief would be $3.56. In a resolution that says 57 cents is just a penny. So do you recall if that's accurate, that we're almost $10 landing fee, but now we're bringing it down to 3.5?
And that's because if you divide out the number of passengers we're going to have in a fractured 2021 into the total cost that's passed on to the airlines, if we didn't use the federal money as intended, the cost per enplanement would be up above $50 per person, and that would be a non-starter for the airlines. We would lose service under those circumstances. So I'd pay less attention to the particular landing fee than to how all this adds up divided by the number of passengers.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but the resolution is talking about adjusting the landing fee, and that's why I'm asking that question. Not about dividing passengers. So I'm just asking that. I just want people to know, like, we've been way out there in our fees versus what other airports charge, and now we're bringing it in line with what other airports charge. Is that right?
No, we'll still be higher, but we'll be competitively close rather than out. And the portion of the budget that is attributed to the airlines, in other words, what they have to pay, includes facility rental, landing fees, and what have you. And so that adjustment reflects going to the airlines and saying, this is what you're going to have to pay versus the number of passengers we're expecting in market this year. And we're going to take our loss of income and cover that with the federal money that's being applied.
I had a similar question about the rental rate, but I'm just gonna let it go at this point. 'Cause I'm not sure what numbers I'm looking at. Okay. Any other questions? Right. Who? Martha.
Yeah, just something we discussed at budget this afternoon, just the whole idea of the sort of vicious cycle, or the that more expensive the seats are, the less traffic we have, and the less traffic we have, the fewer planes they send, and the fewer planes they send, the fewer passengers we have. And we've heard this cycle before, and this was so this is a real effort to turn that around. So it seems like this is something that this is like a critical moment for this piece as we get ready to, as we try to recover and pick up all the pent up demand that's out there for travel.
I remember my other question, Mike. So is somebody going to be tracking how this, the success of this, or how it's working, if we're seeing more people buying tickets out of Ithaca, or more flights coming in, or how do we track this, that it's making a difference?
We track all those metrics, and that's all data that's available through the airport. And it's expressed in number of seats in market, and then the percent of load factor. In other words, how many seats available and how many seats were actually filled. And all those numbers are tracked on a daily basis.
So is Recondo going to be tracking when we reduce the fees, so we can compare? Are they going to be doing that?
Recondo helps us with data analysis, and they prepare reports for us according to request. And right now, there isn't a need to further analyze this. What there is a need to do is track the recovery of number of people in the market. And when we get to 120,000 employments a year, we're back to a sustainable situation at the airport with regard to budget, and the airport earning enough money through its various activities to cover that budget during the course of a year. And that's where we were in January and February 2020, before the pandemic shut everything down.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Shauna, last question.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, my understanding is that the airlines are out of contract right now. If we invest in the airlines here, is there any type of negotiating that we can get a contract with them? I'd hate for us to spend this money and for them to walk away in a year.
There are no guarantees and no contracts with the airlines. United Airlines went into Elmira with an arrangement with Corning Incorporated. They stayed 2 months and left. There are no railroad tracks or highways associated with this. They can move their assets wherever they want. We have an excellent relationship with our airline partners. We talk a lot with them, but there are no contracts. Nobody has contracts.
Thank you.
I think somebody said this afternoon very accurately that we can do what was anticipated would be done with these grants to airports, and that leaves us in the game going forward. Or we can not do that, and we know what the outcome is going to be there. So the negative outcome is controllable. The positive outcome, is a matter of business and being attractive and having a strong market and a good airport.
All right, I had said Shauna had the last question. Deborah, I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't think that we have a happy choice here. I don't like our options, but I think long-term, we are setting ourselves up for certain failure if we vote no on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take this to a vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
No.
no? Did she say no?
She said no.
She said no.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that carries. Just quickly before Mike leaves, I know Mike and his team have been welcoming back airlines and new service. And on Thursday, right, Mike, we have a noon welcome back or.
Yeah, that's correct. It's not going to be an elaborate or fancy ceremony, but each of you should have received an invitation to come up to the airport at noon on Thursday. The United Airlines is resuming service, part of this whole business of getting back up on tempo. And that flight is due in about 12:15. So, if everything works on time, we'll have a couple of very short remarks and then be able to clap when the first passengers get off the flight from Washington. Or maybe the flight will be delayed, or maybe it'll be early. But come on up at noon and take a look at a very important step forward for the airport recovery.
All right, I'm working on my rousing rendition of Welcome Home or Welcome to Ithaca. I'm working on it. All right, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
I see Jessica, where did she go? Yeah, Verfus, Jessica's here, and I think that's public safety. Rich John, can you take up resolution E?
Yes, absolutely. 1 second, let me flip to it. This is Resolution E, appropriation from contingent fund and restoration of position, professional development coordinator, Department of Emergency Response, ID 10126, and I would move it.
I have a second, please. Seconded by Glenn, who's that? Dave McKenna?
Yep.
Thank you. Discussion?
I would just state this is a mid-year correction, and there were some reductions or withholding of positions to accommodate our budget questions with the pandemic. We've put some increasing strain on the Department of Emergency Response, and this person is estimated to be carrying 2.5 positions worth of work. It's leaving behind some of our critical training that we need to be doing in Dewar. And certainly we're going to be looking to Dewar to play a critical role in the reimagining public safety effort. So part of the reasoning here is to get this department in position to do that.
All right, all hands on deck. Thank you very much. Let's take this to a vote so that Jessica can go back to having her dinner.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. I don't even have to say anything.
You're welcome to say something.
Oh, that's okay. You guys get on with your meeting so you can get out of there at a reasonable hour.
Too late.
We're pushing, Jessica. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. What time is it? Time for a break?
Yes, past time.
It's past time for a break. It's trying to get the staff out of here, Mike. It's trying to get
No,
the
that's all
staff
right.
out
I
of here.
understand.
I'm trying. All right. While we go ahead, it's 7:54. Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break and be back? I don't know what time that is, whatever 10 minutes from now is.
8:04.
8:04. Now, we'll take a break. We'll be back at that time. Thank you.
Shawna, what time are we supposed to come back?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I just figured.
8:04.
What?
8:04.
A minute ago?
Too, when they weren't wearing masks. And our bank has put down their mask sign. They aren't required anymore.
Okay. We are back. I do. All right, here we go. Let's power through the rest of our agenda. Reports by County Administrator, County Attorney and Finance Director, County Administrator Lisa Holmes. Woo, woo.
Back fresh from the break, thank you. I just have a few quick updates related to the budget, and then we'll get to the COVID report. Just to inform everyone, we launched the budget process with county departments and agencies on May 21st. So they're in the process of preparing and entering their budgets due July 2nd. We also, since the last meeting, posted the positions for budget manager and budget analysts in county admin. We have a handful of applicants so far. We're going to keep recruiting and searching. So please continue to encourage great applicants, candidates to apply. And we continue to review the ARP guidelines, attend webinars, and together with the finance department, we've initiated the process to draw down our first apportionment of the ARP funding from the Treasury, which is anticipated next week. So unless anyone has any questions on any of those things, I will turn it over to Amy Hendricks and the team at the EOC for the COVID report.
Any questions for Lisa? All right, on to Amy and the team at the EOC. Hi, Amy.
Hello. So we will go ahead and share our presentation in just a second. Let me make sure I get the right one.
Does not look familiar at all.
I know, it's very different. So starting off with May 19th through June 1st, we are continuing to move into reopening. The COVID-19 data, we continue to see a decline in cases, so that's positive. Hopefully that'll continue. We are aware that there may be ups and downs throughout, but it's looking good at this point. As far as executive orders and announcements, outdoor gathering guidance came out after the last meeting, as well as some revised mask guidance for childcare programs. On May 25th, the executive orders were extended to June 25th. And then starting tonight, the bar and restaurant curfew has been lifted. Some key points from our operations. First, I can't say it without embarrassing him once again. Frank Krupa received the Noel Dash Key Person of the Year Award from the Chamber of Commerce, which is a well-received award. And we're thankful that Frank was able to go in person to accept that and provide some entertainment as he accepted the award. We've also stopped our in-person meetings at the EOC. So the Department of Emergency Response provided us with some eviction papers, and we have returned to our offices and are continuing to meet virtually, but we are no longer in person at the EOC. We have also started to have more of a smaller presence of vaccination sites, working with CHS. People are now getting vaccinated at the Green Street bus stop, as well as at Tagatic Falls State Park over this past weekend. And then when you look at county updates, we did provide information today asking our employees to provide their vaccination status to Human Resources, and we're using that in some of our opening plans and providing masking guidance. And then the county is going to have another COVID-19 town hall with Frank, myself, and Leslyn this Thursday at 4:30. So we'll be doing that again. And then as far as communications and messaging, We continue to push out a lot of messaging around reopening, the expansion of Pfizer vaccine, updating about all of the different clinics that we are holding. And we also are providing new mask guidance posters. They're already up in some of our buildings, allowing the public to know what's going on in different businesses, and those are all available on our website.
Excuse me, Amy, I don't
Yeah?
think we haven't advanced off of the first slide. I'm not sure why.
It says my screen sharing has been paused. Hold on just a second, let's see what's going on. Is it on to the second slide at this time?
There you go. Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Well, that's where all of that information came from. I'll go to the third slide now. This is the standard slide that you've seen many times that shows the COVID-19 hours, some of the leave times, as well as COVID-related expenses. A Human Services Coalition 211 contract seems to be in there this time, as well as some of our nursing expenses. We continue to work with the hospital to provide testing. I just received that after this presentation was prepared, so you'll see those numbers in the next update. We are seeing smaller amounts of testing. So the last few weeks, we've seen about 400 to 450 people go through testing, which is a much smaller percentage than in the past. And Frank, I'll turn it over to you for this slide.
Thanks, Amy. Yeah, the reopening guidance has continued to evolve. Amy mentioned that the bar and restaurant curfew was lifted today. We're still working with fully vaccinated people not needing to wear masks in most settings. There's a few healthcare corrections facilities and such that you still have to wear a mask. Private businesses can require masks if they choose. There is CDC guidance that kind of gives them an either or in their approach. Capacity limits have been replaced by the social distancing, and the outdoor residential gathering limit has been removed. So lots of moving pieces with this. It's still a little murky. We get a lot of questions because the CDC makes changes to their guidance. It lags a little bit before New York State adjusts to those. So we're still asking everyone to please just be patient with us as we try to understand. Our environmental health team is doing a really good job of trying to stay up to date and give as much feedback to the community as we can about the guidance as it shifts. The data, as Amy said, is all heading in the right direction. Our disease prevalence are low. I do believe tomorrow we're going to be reporting less than 30 current active cases in the county. So all going in the right direction. The prevalence in relation to testing continues to be very, very low. And then on the vaccination front, you'll see that our second doses are creeping up to getting right about where our first doses are. So that's really, as we're coming to the end of the mass vaccination program, we expected to see that, right? Tomorrow is one of our last big days at the mall for second doses. There'll be about 200 people being vaccinated. And then on June 12th, the second dose of the first 12 and up that was done at the mall will happen. And at that point, we'll be really winding down kind of that mass vaccination program and be focusing on completing our more localized, smaller pods out in the community. I think that's all we have for you guys.
Thank you. Frank, could you repeat for me? I was trying to read quickly. What's the outdoor guidance numbers again? I saw the 50 for indoor. What's outdoor?
There is no limit outdoors.
No limit. Thank you. Other questions, Martha and then Shauna?
Thank you very much, Leslie. And thank you, Frank and Amy and Lisa. I'm curious about our meetings and the executive order that has been allowing us to meet remotely. We've been struggling with, I know Gio, I don't know whether Gio's already talked about it or will be talking about it, but there's the issue of of trying to maintain a virtual, remote presence for people who want to participate remotely. Do you know when the executive order is going? I mean, the executive order is still in place, right? That says we can meet remotely.
Yes, that continues till June 25th. That's how long it's been extended this time. The extension is getting slightly shorter each time, but it continues to be extended.
So we may not have much notice, you think, if it kind of goes away. Is that right? Do we know?
I don't know what will replace that. It is in the extension still, but it goes through the end of this month. So I don't know what the next extension will look like, or what will be in that, or if there will be revisions at another level.
Okay. And Frank, did you just kind of say that the mall vaccination site is going to close down?
Yeah, we're winding down operations there. I should say CHS is winding down operations there. The days of doing thousands are long gone, and even doing 100 doses in a day is a big day. So we're really focusing on the smaller pods and trying to take the vaccine to people.
Well, I love the idea of like the bus stop and Teganic Falls. That's great. And that's a big deal to close down the mall. So congratulations.
Bringing vaccines to the people. Thank you very much. Shauna and then Mike Sigler.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if there was an update. There was some alarm that younger kids that were receiving the vaccine were having symptoms of myocarditis, and wanted to see, I know that I believe that FDA or the CDC was reviewing that information. Have there been any updates or guidance towards that?
Yeah, the last that I heard about it, they did not find enough evidence to trigger, similarly to what happened with the Johnson & Johnson, to trigger that. There has been some information kind of clarifying the groups of the very small groups of people that were impacted. And it really is just become an adverse event to look for in vaccinated individuals, similar to others that we've been looking for all the way through. So so far, there's not been enough to warrant a slowdown or pause with the vaccine, which is good news. It means that the cases are very, very rare.
Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
Frank, I asked you this offline in an email and you answered great, and I thank you for that. I wanted people to know that we are thinking about this, is that, I'm glad to see that the camps, obviously with the masks and children, changed their guidance. I'm still watching though my kid play softball in a mask and kids playing sports in masks. And I didn't know if there was any insight into when that would change, that guidance.
Yeah, it was a good question, Mike. And my response to you was that, the CDC did talk about in their summer camp guidance that outdoors, fully vaccinated children, and for that matter, all children could be without masks. But in their sports guidance, it still has not been updated. And it still does recommend mask wearing, as does New York State's guidance. So it's really a matter of trying to get all of this guidance to line up. I'd imagine that will happen, hopefully sooner rather than later. I would agree that for a child that's out playing baseball or softball while they're out in the field, the need to wear a mask is really not necessary. Now, in the dugout, if there's unvaccinated people, maybe that makes some sense. But I think it's really a matter of all of the many, many different guidances that have been issued coming into alignment. And I'm hopeful that that'll happen here over the next few weeks as, summer continues to progress.
All right. Thank you, Henry.
Yes, thanks, Frank. I was curious, since the mass clinics at the mall are going to be ending, when will like local physicians be able to give vaccine shots?
So they can do it right now. We have vaccine that we would happily share with them. Some have taken on small amounts and are managing that. Others are not there yet, and either aren't seeing a demand from their patient base, or don't feel they have the capacity to manage it. Good news with the Pfizer vaccine is the FDA has extended the refrigeration storage time frame from 5 days to 30 days. So it makes it a little bit easier once you thaw it from the ultra cold storage to be able to manage it over 30 days instead of 5. So that is a bit helpful. But quite frankly, I think what most of the physicians' offices have seen is that many of their patients that want to be vaccinated are vaccinated. So I think that's the good story of this answer. But we do have vaccine available for any practitioner office that is interested, and we'd gladly share it with them.
Okay, finally, Dr. Fauci has talked about the booster shot in references. Do we have any more information about it? And also, how would it be done? Do we even know?
Yeah, I don't have any more information than Dr. Fauci. I can pretty much say that conclusively on almost everything. Yeah, I think we just have to wait and see as the science continues to evolve. There's so much that's involved in that, not only how long the vaccine maintains immunity in your body, but the different variants that are in our communities and how the vaccine affects those as well. So hopefully people way smarter than me are trying to figure all of that out. And of course, as soon as we know something, we'll share that with the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, folks at the EOC, for your report and continued work. Sorry you got evicted, but you really overstayed your welcome. Jonathan Wood, County Attorney.
I do not have a report.
Thank you, Jonathan. Rick Snyder, Director of Finance. Rick.
There we go. Just trying to get unmuted. At last week's Housing and Economic Development Committee, there was quite a bit of discussion on ARPA funds, and it wound down at the final stages to inquiring about what our fund balance was. So I prepared a report and sent it out to the legislature. It went out today a few hours ago, about 4:45. So you should have a copy of this in your inbox. What I've done is I have outlined each of the 11 major funds of the county, and I show you what the total fund balance is for each of the funds. And then I share with you what the unassigned fund balance, and that's the component that you're used to working with most of the time when you're balancing the budget and everything, because it's that unassigned portion which is still available. Obviously, total fund balance is a healthier number, a larger number, but that includes a lot of restricted fund balances and assigned fund balances, what we used to call reserves for designations for various different funds. So I'm going to share my screen and lead you through the report so you can see what the fund balances are, starting with the general fund. Are you viewing my screen that shows the email that went out with a lot of numbers?
No.
Is that a yes?
No.
No. Okay. How about now?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with the general fund. And in this first column, what I'm sharing with you is on the left-hand side, the 2020 numbers, and on the right-hand side here, the 2019 figures. We're starting with the general fund, and the very first line shows the general fund total fund balance was $54.3 million in 2019, but it went up to $57.4 million, which is about a $3 million increase by the end of 2020. The committed, restricted, or assigned fund balances, those are fund balances that are in reserve for one reason or another, went up from 8.1 million to 9.4 million. So we had a healthy increase in both the total fund balance going up and the assigned portion of fund balance, which leaves us with this unassigned fund balance for the general fund, which went up from $46.2 million to about $48 million. So that's a sizable increase by the end of 2019 to the end of 2020, where the unassigned fund balance has gone up $1,782,000 from the prior year. That's the number that we've all been waiting for. And I do hedge it a little bit because the audit's not complete. They are out of my office, and we are now in that financial statement preparation mode for the next 2 or 3 weeks. I plan on bringing you the audit report with all its bells and whistles at the second meeting in July, but I knew everybody wanted to get a handle on, or at least see what the preliminary numbers were from this first draft of our financials. So I started with the general fund because that's where most of your spending occurs and where most of your discretionary decisions take place. So we went unassigned fund balance 46.2 up to 47, about $48 million. The next fund I like to show you is a special grant fund. And that's what we call our CD fund, which consists of workforce, job training. The planning department has restricted funds there from HUD and CDBG funds. So this is what we call our community development fund or special grant fund. As you can see, the total fund balance for this fund went up from $900,000 to $1.2 million. And all of that fund balance is basically restricted. Why is it restricted? Because it's all money that's given for HUD or CDBG or some particular program. None of it is unassigned fund balance. So that number is 0 for the end of each year. Even though the assigned fund balance went up by $339,000, that was a pretty positive outcome considering the year that we had. The next fund is the solid waste fund or the recycling and materials and management. In that fund, which we consider like an enterprise fund, the unassigned fund balance went from $2.1 million up to $2.4 million. So we had an increase in the unassigned fund balance in the solid waste fund or recycling and materials managed fund of about $384,000. In the airport, again, another enterprise type fund also went up from 2019. You can see the total fund balance here was 1.2, almost $1.3 million at the end of 2019, but it's gone up to $1.7 million total fund balance as of the end of 2020. When you back out the reserves and the restrictions for various encumbrances and things like that, you can see that the unassigned fund balance for the airport went up from $1.2 million up to $1.5 million. This was an increase of $241,000. And you must be thinking, how in the world could we have gone up at the airport after what we've just listened to with Mike and knowing that we've had such a poor year there? Well, most of this is because we booked the CARES Act grant prior to the close of the year to the tune of $1.3 million. So we were able to book as revenue, which offset a lot of the expenditures in the airport, a lot of the deficit that they normally would have carried. So out of this unassigned fund balance at the airport of $1.5 million, you can see that that $1.3 million grant makes up an awful lot of that unassigned fund balance for the airport. As we go forward into the road fund, what we call the D fund or the road fund, we can see that the unassigned fund balance has gone up from $745,000 to $1,241,000. That's an increase of almost $500,000. That's just in the road fund or the D fund. A sister to the D fund is the DM fund, which is a smaller fund that consists of highway machinery and its operations and equipment under Jeff Smith of the Highway Department. In the Highway Machinery Fund, we see this is one of the only funds that actually went down. It went from $635,000 unassigned fund balance down to $169,000. That was a decrease of about $466,000. But this was a planned decrease because when they put the budget together, Jason and Jeff and the legislature, of course, planned a budgeted use of reserves in the DM fund because it was getting too large. So the DM fund went down considerably, $635,000 to $169,000. That's quite a jump, but that was a planned decrease. Now we look at the enterprise fund, which is Tompkins Center for History and Culture. This relatively new enterprise fund, their unassigned fund balance went from $3 million to about $3.1 million. So we had an increase of about $40,000 due to operations at the Tompkins Center for History and Culture. This is not going to have such a good year since we have now booked the final payments for the building down there. And that means we begin depreciating it next year. And depreciation on that is going to be, I don't have the number, but it's like $190,000 a year. So since its inception, the Tompkins Center for History and Culture has not shown any depreciation on its building. When that kicks in next year, expenses will go up about $190,000. So they will not be showing an increase of $39,000 in the next couple of years. I don't think so. In the capital reserves, Fund HQ is where we put all the monies that's not already dedicated to a capital project. We probably have 10 or 12 different capital project funds for everything from road and bridges down to buildings and facilities, all kinds of radio equipment, renewal and replacement items, things of that nature. The HQ fund is a capital reserve fund, which means it's there in the capital projects fund, but it's not been allocated yet. So at the end of last year, we ended our reserves in the capital project fund about $4,385,000. At the end of this year, we're down to $3.8 million. So that shows a decrease or a use of $544,000 used for various capital projects throughout the year. Again, this fund went down, but that was a budgeted or planned use of reserves. Kind of like the DM fund. The insurance reserve, you don't hear about this one very much, but this MS fund or insurance reserve fund is where we place our money in our funds for our self-insurance needs. As you know, the county is self-insured, and when we have a damage to a property or damage to a car, we don't get to submit a claim and get paid by insurance company. We get to submit a claim, but it gets submitted to us. And we, in fact, turn around and pay us back out of this insurance fund. Well, that insurance reserve fund went from, and that's all assigned to restricted balances. It can't be used for anything else. That went from $960,000 here in the right-hand column down to $690,000 in the left-hand column. So that was a considerable decrease of $269,000 just in your insurance risk fund.
Why? Oh,
comp fund. I'm sorry, was there a question?
I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't realize I wasn't muted. I'll wait.
Oh, okay. In the workers' comp fund, that also went down. All of the balances in the workers' comp fund are assigned, so none of them really are in the unassigned category. But we started the year at 1.7, almost $1.8 million committed or restricted in the workers' comp fund. This assigned reserve grew by $476,000, which means the projection of coming claims went up that much that we had to provide that much more money. So it went up to $2.2 million committed or restricted for forthcoming claims over the next year or two. Our total fund balance at the end of the year was only $2 million. Our assigned portion was $2.2 million. Guess what? You can't do that. You can't assign more as a reserve for claims that are coming than what your total is. So we actually ended this year at a deficit. So we went from a positive position to a negative position of $193,000 shows up as an unassigned fund balance. We need to do some work here by funding this particular fund a little bit more adequately, probably a little bit more this year in 2021 and a bit more in 2022. And Kevin and I have had some discussions on how to do that. But this fund is our workers' comp fund, and it actually shows a deficit at this point. It needs additional future funding. Our last fund is a debt service fund, and that's all assigned for the payment of future debt service payments. Can't be used for anything else, can't transfer it out for anything else, can't use it for programs, can't use it for projects. It sits there. It went from 2.2 million to 2.9 million. So it increased by $700,500. And that's all, again, reserved strictly for future debt service payments on your bonds. And that's pretty much the 11 major funds. I gave it to you here at the 30,000 foot level. It's a really high level. There's really no analysis that I can provide for you at this point. So I don't think we should entertain a lot of questions. What caused this? What caused that? Because there are lots of reasons for why these funds went up or down. I can tell you that the general fund doing as well as it did it's not because 2/3 of a position was funded at 1/4 of a position. We're not going to go to that level of detail. What I can tell you is that this gain of funding, almost $1.8 million, I can tell you what it didn't come from. It didn't come from the $3.5 million loss in sales tax revenue. So even though we lost that much in sales tax revenue, we still had this kind of increase in your unassigned fund balance up here at $1.8 million. We did put in for a lot of grants, and we did achieve a lot of CARES Act grant funding and FEMA funding. And so that really bolstered everything that we were doing, and we were quick to get it in before December 31st to make sure that we could book these revenues. That's where the real healthy part of the budget. Of course, the legislature and Jason and everybody in county admin, a lot of savings came from all those positions that were reduced, and we had a tremendous downtick in the amount of personal services that we paid out and the associated fringes on those positions. So those are the broad areas that help improve the bottom line here. Was the reduction of a lot of personal services, the application of a lot of grant money coming in. And that's just from the 30,000 foot level without a lot of analysis. That will come later, once we get our financial statements written, our notes to the financial statements. We won't get the first draft of that till June 25th, right around there. And that's all I have. I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Rick. All right, I'll entertain just a couple of questions, y'all. Deborah and then Henry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rick. I'm wondering then whether these federal grants that we received that account for some of this growth in our fund balance will reduce the amount of our revenue loss for purposes of calculating our pandemic-related revenue loss under ARP. Have you thought about that yet? Do we know that yet?
Only in a general rule, you can't claim something twice. So if you've been reimbursed for something once, you will not be reimbursed for it again. So we have to be careful as we go forward on how we establish the uses of monies that we might want to take out of the new ARPA funds. And if we're looking at certain revenue reductions, that we have to very carefully walk through all those different tranches and all those different tiers on how to calculate. That may be the best way to try to achieve the justification that you need for getting the biggest bang for our buck. But if you're looking at expenditure reimbursement, a lot of that's already been covered. So you can't.
That's not what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is the difference between the funds that you get that you can allocate to lost revenue versus the other funds that you get regardless of lost revenue under the ARPA. And I'm basically asking if the federal grants that we received will reduce the amount of our revenue loss. Does it offset some of the sales tax we lost, for example? Or is it an entirely different pot of money?
That remains to be seen. We really don't know what our calculations are going to involve when it comes to revenue loss. You know, they're going to be difficult. They're going to have to be programmed, and a lot of people are going to have to sign off on them and look at it very carefully. But I think one of the best ways to going forward, just in a very generic sense, is that we are going to be able to claim significant dollars just for revenue loss. And
Okay.
I'm saying that's definitely on the table. That's definitely going to be part of our calculation, and we're not discounting that in any way. You know, it's going to be one of the harder pieces to tool and to work with a lot of formulas, because you've read the material as well as I have. But it's not like other grants where you just expend money and you get reimbursed for expenditure. You know, to the extent that you've already been covered for that expense, you're certainly not going to be able to put in for it again under ARPA.
Right.
Or the airport, you know, got $1.3 million, you know, in CARES Act money. It looks pretty healthy at the end of the year as far as the books go, but you're not going to be able to go back and reclaim any of those expenditures. I mean, that's just pretty much common sense. We all know that you can't double dip and you can't ask for reimbursement if you've already been reimbursed for the same expenditure.
All right, folks, Rick emphasized this is a 30,000-foot view at this point, giving us a snapshot. Henry and then Martha.
Yes, thank you, Rick, for your work. Do you have a sense of all the federal grants that we received in 2020? Just a sense. I mean, I don't even know the
31 million. 31 million approximately.
Wow.
All funds. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Martha.
Yeah, this is way better news than I expected. Just keep doing what you're doing, Rick. I guess, yeah.
Can't do that. I work three weekends out of 4. I can't do this every month.
No, I know. No,
auditors out and get this job done for you.
So do you know whether any of the reimbursement requests that we have out there for CARES or FEMA are still not paid yet and like not included in these numbers yet?
It's a mixed bag, and we'd have to look at on the other side of the coin is the asset side. It's where it's divided between whether it's a receivable yet or it's cash in the bank. Some of these revenues have been booked and we've already gotten the cash. We had the cash before December 31st. Some were booked around December 31st, and since then we received the cash. But as of the close they still show as a receivable. And some of them are still receivables. So, you know, they fall into those three areas, but we haven't got any indication of monies that we are not going to receive. So they're at all different levels of receipt. Most of it, of course, having been received by now.
Okay. Yeah, these are on the NACO and NISAC calls. Like, this is like one of the big questions is how do we calculate lost revenue? It doesn't affect how much we get at the top line. It does affect how we can use the money that we get. Thanks very much, Rick. Appreciate this.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rick. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Sure
please?
will. Yep.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Anything else from you, Rick?
That is all.
That is all, folks. Thank you. All right, let's move on and power quickly through the rest of our agenda. Standing and special committees. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a special meeting today at which we passed the airport resolution that the legislature's already approved. We also have a resolution on the agenda, Resolution D, adoption of local law number of 2021, a local law overriding tax levy limit for 2022, ID number 10095, and I move that.
Seconded by Mike Lane.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard resolution that we do every year, and we had the public hearing for it at our last meeting.
All right, Mike Sigler.
Hi, yeah, it is pretty standard, and I standardly vote against this every year. So I will be doing that again because well, the first part is we can always do this later. I think this sends a signal. And I mean, I'm looking at this two ways this year. If you have voted for this in the past, and if, considering what Rick just told us, and the enormous amount of money we're going to be getting from the federal government, if we cannot come in with a budget that is below the state limit this year, I don't know when we would do it. So I'll be voting against this as I normally do. And I hope you'll consider joining me in that vote. Thank you.
Nice convincing argument there, Mike. Let's take this to a vote.
Leslie?
Yes.
Just saying, one-time money and target funding are whole different animals.
Not changing any minds, Martha. I got you. Let's take it to a vote.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shawna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dave Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
David Kenna,
I'm going to support Mike. No.
Glenn Maury,
I will vote no too.
All right, you got company.
Marty Robertson,
It's not about Mike, but I'm going to vote yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
with 11 ayes and 3 noes.
Okay, that carries. Thank you very much. Committee chairs, as we go through, it's getting later. You don't have to tell us your entire agenda. Just give us the highlights. Workforce Diversity Inclusion Committee, Henry Grandison, Chair.
We have not met since the last time, so no report.
Thank you, Henry. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We met May 27th. Our next meeting is June 24th. Our meeting last week, we talked about we got a report from IAED about the economic recovery. We heard from Peggy Coleman and about CVB, their annual report, and a great report by Finger Lakes Reuse about their Pathways project on workforce development. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Martha. Downtown Facilities Committee, Dave McKenna, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Downtown Facilities has not met since the last ledge meeting. We will be meeting June 16th at 3 p.m. on the same channel.
Thank you very much, Dave. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
I'm sorry, was that June 16th?
Can't be 16th.
It's not the right date.
No, did I say 16th? It should be on the 10th.
10th?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn. The Public Safety Committee met on May 20th. We had a pretty extensive report on the timeline for rolling out the Community Justice Center and beyond that of the various steps for the Reimagining Public Safety project. Some of it is pretty broad timeline, but we're trying to get a sense of the order that we would be doing things and the and where the priorities lie. And thank you to Deanna Carithers for all her work on this. And we're carrying on. Other than that, the jail count as of today is 32 with 3 board outs, which is pretty low. And we will be meeting again June 17th at 3 o'clock.
Mike Lane.
Rich, I know you and I talked about this briefly. Some of the counties are looking at lowering the hunting age for guns down to 12-year-olds under supervision. I know Cortland County has done that. Is that something that we expect to be looking at here?
I believe we're going to receive some comment at our June meeting on that issue. And just for informational purposes at this point, I guess the committee will need to decide if they want to take that issue up. I anticipate Dick Costello, who came in and spoke to us about the rifle hunting, will visit with us on that issue.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you. We met right before this meeting and approved the resolution for the CARES money and the ESG grant funding. Our next meeting is June 21st at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Yeah, we met on May 20th. One of the major things we talked about was the airport resolution that we've already passed tonight, so I won't mention any more about that. We did have a report from Andrew Murphy from Cornell University on the annual report from Cornell about the 2 airport disposal sites. One's chemical and one is radiation. And basically, in the past year, there's been very, very little change in those. They have continual monitoring up there. We talked about the report from the Department of Recycling and Materials Management on the contamination of our recycling that they've been testing. Remember last fall or last summer, they began the testing different areas, and then they retested in particular areas, Village of Groton, the town of Jacksonville, the city, in the business area, and also the city residential. The contamination rate had gone from a low of 3.33% in the Village of Groton to a high of 4.48% in the city residential area. However, that's still pretty good. And one of the things we learned, or at least I learned, was that by keeping the contamination down, we don't necessarily get more money for our recyclables, but we can be fined by the if they're over contaminated, our recyclables that come to the disposal center we can get a fine against what we get paid, or they can reject the loads. So this is good news for us, and we appreciate all the work that has been done by Barbara Ekstrom and Leah O'Reilly and others in her department. The other thing we did, we began open the discussion, as we said we would, on the Bridge New York program reimbursement for the towns. We're going to be working up some kind of a policy there. We have different thoughts coming in from the department and from some of our legislators. And I'm inviting anyone who wants to submit any suggestions about what ought to be in the policy to send them in. And I think Katrina McCloy is collecting them for us before we can put them together. That's all I have.
Mike, can you say a little bit more just for the public what is meant by the contaminated materials? Is it public cleaning it up more? Is it what?
No, it's not. Contaminated simply means things that in the recyclable bins that are not recyclable. And they may be recyclable somewhere else, but we can't sell them. It doesn't necessarily mean contamination by garbage, for example, but it could be contamination with styrofoam. It could be plastic bags. It could be different numbered plastics that are simply not saleable by us. So contamination, you think it's something awful, but it simply means we can't have the purity in our recyclables that we need to have to make them marketable.
Thank you for that explanation. Other question, Deborah?
Does that mean I've been washing all my plastic things for no good reason?
No, you better keep washing them.
Okay.
You're doing it for practice, Deborah.
Okay, I see.
Better keep doing it. All right, thank you, Mike. Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have not met since the last legislature meeting. We will be meeting next week, and a big heads up to folks. We're going to meet Wednesday instead of Tuesday. I did check this with all the committee members. That way we can actually get Amanda Spellacy to meet with us. So the way her calendar works. So 10 o'clock, and this, of course, I first checked with the boss, that is Kathy Covert. So 10 o'clock to 12, Wednesday, June 9th. So that's the main news. Thank you.
Thank you. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. We will be meeting on Thursday at noon. So if you're going to the airport to see the plane arrive, you won't be able to be at GEO at the same time. We will be talking about redistricting locally again. We will be talking about some of our wonderful staff has met and gone through some discussions about the legislature returning to chambers, and they're going to have some information to share with us. And so we're going to continue that conversation. And we have a bunch of resolutions, but we're also going to have an update from Jonathan Wood on the mega municipal electric and gas alliance. We haven't heard about that in quite some time, so he's just going to give us an update. And that's all.
Thank you, Amanda. No questions. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee and former chair. And you do have 2 resolutions from consent agenda.
Yes, I do. Thank you. We last met on May 24th, and we had a report from Barb Ekstrom and some other of her staff members from the Department of Recycling and Materials Management regarding the environmental product procurement, the resolution that we talked about earlier, the styrofoam ban at the state level, and the reusable bag distribution. We are getting, I don't remember the exact figures, but we are getting a good amount of money from people paying their 5 cents for using bags that the stores provide locally. And that is getting spent towards reusable bags that people can use, and they're targeting people that we see or that they see more in need. with the free reusable bags. We also had the Environmental Management Council give their 2020 annual report to us. And let's, is there anything else, Deborah, before I go into the resolutions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we have 2 resolutions that were pulled from the consent agenda. The first one is B, support for New York State Assembly Bill A07389 and Senate Bill S06486, establishing a moratorium on the operation of cryptocurrency mining centers, ID 10149.
Hold on, Annie. May I have a second, please?
Oh, sure.
Second by Martha. Continue discussion.
Thank you. There are some, the basics of this bill, which was authored by Assembly Member Kellis, is to put a moratorium on the operation of cryptocurrency mining centers while asking the DEC to evaluate the environmental impact of these facilities. So for instance, some facilities that it takes quite a lot of power to operate these centers, so much so that, for instance, a power plant that was being used locally at some area was burning coal, is decommissioned from burning coal, but maybe then they switch it over to gas, and now they're using that whole center just to power one of these cryptocurrency mining centers. It takes such an incredible amount of power. There is also, not all of the cryptocurrency mining takes a lot of power. There's some that do, some that don't. So I won't get into the weeds there because I don't understand it all mainly. But a lot of them take a lot of power. So it's putting the brakes a little bit on this to just look at that. And then there are some other companion bills. There's which is not mentioned here, but Anna Kellis sent them to me right before this meeting. And there's another one that is Assembly Bill A07866. And that's another bill that she authored. And it's to ask the state to survey the existing mining centers, this cryptocurrency mining centers in New York, and to determine what extent these centers are being powered by renewable energy, and to evaluate the economic and technical feasibility of powering all cryptocurrency mining centers with renewable energy. My personal opinion is that I would like to not, I would like to not see them turned over to just renewable energy, because we need renewable energy for our for the state and for the local environmental goals and reaching, our reduced greenhouse carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions. But it's an effort to at least start to look at that. And then there was one other bill here that was a packet, part of the packet that Anna wanted me to mention. And in the other bill, A7768, which was authored by another assembly person, it's a bill that would require power plants to relinquish their air and water permits if they retire the plant or if they sell it to be used for another purpose. So it would, essentially then someone just couldn't come in and just take that permit and put a mining center in. It would have to be reevaluated. And that's all I had for the introduction. Thank you.
All right, Martha and Mike, but folks, make this quick because we still have executive session. Go ahead, Martha.
Yeah, I think this is a great measure that Anna has put together. It doesn't say that really that we need to really pull the plug and hold. And if we can put together many megawatts of solar energy, we should use them for things we actually need the energy for. The line 37, I would just ask that Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, those words be capitalized. It's an actual title of the bill, of the law. So that's all. I'm strongly in favor of this. I think it will, and I think it will actually matter if we pass this resolution.
That change is friendly with me.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mike Sigler.
I took this off because this is actually a big issue. And I'll mention two things that people just said that kind of strike at this. And I'm going to take a little time, not a huge amount of time. But, you know, I've been following Bitcoin since about 2014. I actually went back on my email and looked, when did I first start looking at it? So 2014. So this has been on my radar for 7 years. So I know quite a bit about it. And I talk to Anna pretty regularly about this issue. But I'm thinking, what if I'm a legislator who didn't have any of that? I've now spent a great deal of time investigating something so that I can vote on something knowledgeably. That my vote isn't a vote on this. It's a vote of support, and that's awesome. And I think you should do that. But I feel a lot more pride about what we did at Salt Point Brewery this week than about this. And I'm just trying to convey that for every hour I spend doing this, it takes away from other things that frankly are driving the people of the community. So I'm going to vote for this, but there's a lot of questions about this that aren't answered in any of the resolutions. And I've asked Anna, and she's going to work on it because that's her job, right? I mean, I want to know, is this moratorium on ones that are going to be coming online or that are planned? Or is this on existing mining operations? Because New York State already has mining operations. I mean, does it cancel those out? You know, it says that in this resolution that 1 Bitcoin equals about the average monthly use of 1 American. I'm curious as to what metric you're using to make that statement. Because Bitcoin recently hit about 60 grand. Now it's about 40. And I can remember way back when it was 3 grand, right? The average American doesn't use anywhere near 3 grand worth of energy in a month. So I don't understand that statement. And it's that kind of statement that really undercuts what we're talking about here. I mean, why am I voting for this? Because I don't believe that we should use a precious resource like natural gas to turn it into Bitcoin. Because that's really what you're doing. You're trading natural gas for Bitcoin. And it's the same idea with renewables. Because they're looking at Lansing about putting in 3,000 acres of active farmland and putting it under solar panels. And I'm wondering, what for? Oh, if you're just going to use it to mine Bitcoin, yeah, I'm not actually a huge supporter of trading farmland for Bitcoin. So that's really the trade-off for me. And that's why I've been talking to Ann a lot about this, and I support her efforts in it. But I don't need a resolution kind of in front of this legislature to do that. So just something to think about. Maybe you're like, no, Sigler, we're going to take the time with this. But it is. It's 9:08 at night. And yeah, I'm going to pull that off the resolution because I got a lot of things to say on it. And I could go up, we could have a talk about Bitcoin for the next hour because it's actually really interesting. And if you go on Netflix, there's a really good little movie on it. You can learn all about Bitcoin and why it's different than other forms of cryptocurrency. But I don't want people saying, well, I don't know that much about Bitcoin, or I don't know that much about this, and yet we're going to ban it. You should know quite a bit about it because it's actual money. So that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. All right, let's take this to a vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Ray Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you all very much. Take care. Unanimous. Go ahead, Ann.
Okay, I have another resolution. This one is Resolution C, Doc ID 10160, packet page 10. And the title was mistyped or put into the regular list on the agenda incorrectly. We changed the title during peak. So, but on the packet page 10, it is the correct title, which is Tompkins County Resolution urging the Public Service Commission to develop a white paper guiding utility transition off of fossil fuels for heating. And in a small nutshell, there are some gaps in the Public Service Commission's plans to, including they don't have the information to help guide themselves off of fossil fuels. So I'm going to leave it like that since it's 9:10 at night. I don't know if anybody else ever wanted to add something, but it's to urge them to get more information to develop an actual plan.
Okay, I need a second on the resolution. Thank you, Deborah. I need a vote on the resolution.
Why was it pulled?
And he explained why she pulled it. It was the title.
But Mike was.
No, Mike Sigler pulled it.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry, I thought this was one that Annie pulled off. Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand on this little thing. No, I definitely pulled this because again, this is something that I think there's questions to be had, and we're just going to pass it because it sounds, like something we want. It's a white paper. I get it. I understand, it's going to be a white paper, but to act like the PSC doesn't know about these issues, of course they do. Some of the things in this resolution, I don't understand, like the animus towards hydrogen and renewable natural gas are two things that I would just pull completely from the resolution. I would think you would prefer digesters to releasing that natural gas to the atmosphere. We use a digester right down at our waste treatment plant in Ithaca. We use digesters at some of the farms. Hydrogen too. You could use hydrogen and you could burn it, but you could also use, a hydrogen fuel cell. So I don't understand why those two are excluded. I don't see any mention of nuclear at all in these, despite the advances that nuclear has made. I don't know, where do we expect all this electricity to come from? Right now, it's mostly coming from natural gas. If we're going to replace natural gas, I'm not inclined to cover the entire state of New York with solar panels. I think that we are a farming state. I would like to see it remain a farming state. If we can put solar panels in appropriate places, great. But that's not what I see going on. I see it covering a lot of farmland. We haven't even talked about the panels and the batteries and where those come from, the supply chains. I'm reading Amnesty International about how we're making, the cobalt out of Africa and how we're getting that. We're not talking about slavery, in America. We're talking about slavery worldwide that's going into the production of these elements that we need to make this Green Deal happen. And that's frankly not a trade I'm willing to make. So without things like that addressed, I don't know how you move forward with a white paper saying we're moving off of fossil fuels. I'm looking at just local streets. Your local street can handle one heat pump at a house, and it might be able to handle 3 houses. But if you wanted to put everybody on a street on heat pump, you would have to rerun every line, all the high tension lines to that street. And if you don't believe that, you can ask the Lucentes, who did use heat pumps up at their facility up at Warren Road, and they had to replace the entire electrical line. And that was expensive. Worth it to them, but it was expensive. Will it be worth it to the municipality in NYSEG? Will we be able to afford that? I don't know. But again, that's all stuff that needs to be addressed. And I guess a white paper would address that, but I haven't seen it so far. And it's not like the governor has pulled any punches about what he envisions over the next 10 years when it comes to renewable energy. So, again, there was stuff in here about fracking, the release of methane. I understand that methane is the major component of natural gas. I also understand that most of the fracking, for example, in Pennsylvania has been done. So the main release of methane has already happened. But that natural gas that's in the ground in Pennsylvania, we're using it to power all our electricity here in New York State. So, and a lot of it's still untapped. So lastly, you know, this seems fine for the middle class and the wealthy. I mean, if you have the money to go and have the cash to retrofit your home to air source or to ground source heating, and you can afford an electric car, you're definitely free to do that. Most of the people, though, that live in this community just simply don't have the means to do that. I don't know. I mean, you could subsidize it more, but heat pumps are already pretty well subsidized, and you're just still looking at a pretty hefty cost. That doesn't really, frankly, average out unless you stay in that home for about 20 years. So I don't know. It's great for the rich and it's great for the upper middle class. I just see this as being a huge negative for anyone below those classes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Folks, at 9:15, if you have an amendment, I'll entertain it. But at this point, we need to take this to a vote. I don't think any minds are going to change on how people are going to vote. There's something that you absolutely have to say to this or an amendment you need to make?
Well, Leslin, I just want to thank, I want to thank Irene Weiser, who did significant work in helping us craft this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Martha.
2 sentences. If you sat through the CLCPA meetings like I and a number of us on this call have, you would know that the white paper that came out from PSC was wholly inadequate. It was like CLCPA didn't even exist. There's a long list in here of the things that need to be included. And Mike, they can do better and they need to do better. It's the foundation of policy. And it really matters that it was so inadequate.
Okay. Stick to vote.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Shauna Glass?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Henry Grandison?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Andy Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
Yes.
Glenn Maury?
Yes.
Martha Robertson?
Yes.
Leslie Show?
Yes.
Leslie Dean Claiborne?
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ann. And we have a member filed resolution. Legislator Klein.
Thank you. I would like to move this resolution. I will make an amendment to the title as soon as we get on the floor. So let me read it as it's in the packet. I would like to move Resolution I, adoption of a policy to manage the county-owned forest for old growth restoration with minimal human intervention and without commercial logging.
Second by Amanda Champion. You have an amendment?
Yeah, I would like to change the title slightly. I'd like to change it to adoption of a policy to manage the county-owned forests for restoration of old growth characteristics with minimal human intervention and without commercial logging.
Title change. Any concerns, Amanda, with the title change?
No, that's friendly.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes. So first of all, a resolution on this policy was originally voted on at the Peak Committee meeting, which fell during the week between Earth Day and Arbor Day. And I appreciate Ann Corman cooperating with me to allow that timing, which has some nice symbolism to it. I know it seems like we have been talking about this issue for years, and we have. I do want you to know, though, that in the more than 3 years that I have been actively working on this issue, this is the first time that my proposal is coming to the full legislature for a vote. So with that in mind, I hope you will be patient with me as I make some comments, some of which may be long depending upon where this conversation goes tonight. I represent District 7 on the county legislature. Part of our county forest is located in District 7 in Caroline. According to the Hunger Games tribute guide, District 7 is, quote, a beautiful district, lush with trees, unquote. The other part of our county forest is located in Tompkins County Legislative District 8 in Newfield. Also in the Hunger Games universe, in the book Catching Fire, Chapter 10, Katniss describes District 8 as having, quote, barely a blade of grass in sight, unquote. I would like to do some screen sharing. Amanda's got the slides. It'll be brief.
Yeah, do I have the ability to do that? I guess I can try.
Yes, you should be able to.
All right. I'm trying. There we go. Is that on there?
Yes, thank you. So this first photo that you see here is the town of Newfield in the 1860s. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is the town of Newfield in the 1890s. Next slide, please. Town of Newfield in 1906.
There's the covered bridge.
Yeah, there is the covered bridge. Yeah, if you could stop the screen sharing, please.
Okay, I can try.
Thank you. Please, I truly meant no disrespect to Newfield. Tompkins County Legislature District 8 is also a beautiful district lush with trees. However, this was not always the case. These photos of Newfield that I just showed you were taken not all that long ago in my grandparents' time. And it shows that there was very little forest left in Tompkins County at that time. The bare hills that you saw in those photos are just a short distance away from our county forest. They're just a couple of hills over. The 2010 county legislature resolution, as referenced in the second whereas in today's resolution, involves setting a policy to ban fracking on the county forests, in part to prevent, quote, fragmenting our forest lands, close quote. The fracking policy is an interesting resolution and not our most common type of resolution in that it is directed only at ourselves. I think of it as a message to our future selves. It's kind of like in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, where they're able to go into the future, see the outcome of their decisions, go back to the present, and share their wisdom with their present day Bill and Ted selves. I want today's resolution to be as clear and strong and inspiring as possible, because just like the county forest anti-fracking resolution we passed in 2010, it is a message to our future selves. I just showed you photos of the recent past, a past with far fewer forests. I believe that that is also our most likely future. With both local and global population growth, climate change, and global demand for resources, I doubt that our local landscape in 100 years or 200 years will look anything like it does currently. I believe our abundant forests will largely be cut and exported to meet the demand for wood products in a world with rapidly shrinking forests and a rapidly growing appetite for resources. That is why I believe we must give the county forest the highest level of protection we can. To me, that means that since today's resolution is non-binding, we should communicate to our future selves our reasons for the protection we are establishing. That is the reason why I've been working on this issue all these years. And that is the reason I carefully chose the wording of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Mike Sigler, did you have your hand up?
I did. So Dan, but if you had watched Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, which is the second movie, then you'd know different. So listen, Dan, I want to explain. I am voting for this, Dan, not because of the resolution, but every once in a while I find myself voting for the person as opposed to the resolution. I mean, we can debate all day long, and we have for 3 years now, which is the right direction to go. In this instance, you have a passion for this, and I appreciate the passion and the energy you have put into this. And I didn't want that to go unremarked. I have faith that regardless of what we pass here, you will have your eye on this ball better than I would. And I trust you to do that. I trust you to keep an eye on this, because clearly this is something that this is your deal. This is something that you have invested more time in than anyone else on the legislature, and you've brought forward a reasonable resolution. And I really appreciate that. This is coming from somebody who just this year, again, planted about 90 pine trees around my house, and have done that for years. Every year I plant some trees. So I really do. I appreciate the effort you have put into this. I'm supporting you in this, not even because of the resolution. If I knew nothing about the resolution, I would have trust in you, Dan, that you would do this and you would keep an eye on this. So thank you. I appreciate your passion. And I think I wish more people in the community and in the world had that kind of passion for something. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
After that speech, y'all want to say more? Mike Lane.
Well,
And then Deborah, Mike, please go ahead, Mike.
Oh, well, I just want to say, I think Dan has brought forth something that we should support. We can preserve a little bit of the forest. I've seen pictures of my town, similar to the ones that Dan just showed of Newfield, with the hills bare, when people were hard scrabble trying to make out a living on the top of the hills, and had very little trees. They'd all been cut down. At the time, there were 60 sawmills in the town of Dryden. So I think setting aside some forest at the county, what's wrong with that? Someday it might change again, but right now we have more forested land in Tompkins County than there was after the Second World War ended, because we've lost a lot of farming. And I think that we will do all right to set this aside. The amount of money that can be made from this forest for the county over the next few decades is not a lot of money compared to what I consider Dan's suggestion of a bold experiment here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Deborah and then Martha.
Yeah, I don't love this resolution the way it is. I mean, Dan and I have had this thing going for 2 years. It's the cement that binds us together. I appreciate that Dan changed the title of the resolution, because the real sticking point for the two of us was whether you could restore an old growth forest or restore the structure and characteristics of an old growth forest. And I very much appreciate his concession to my concern. And I will vote for this the way it is. But I want to also acknowledge and thank David Weinstein and the EMC people who put hundreds of hours into a very thoughtful presentation that
We're just getting into crypto. You may be wondering, when is the best time?
with our forests up to us. So thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Martha.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the yes on this. Dan, tell me what the title was again. I'm not sure I got it all.
Sure. It is adoption of a policy to manage the county-owned forests for restoration of old growth characteristics with minimal human intervention and without commercial logging.
Okay. So I'm glad Deborah mentioned David Weinstein, because I think this is at the very last minute, he took the time to make comments on this. And I would like to make 2 amendments, whether we want to vote on them separately or together, whatever. I think that the third whereas that you have throws a lot of stuff in that, like, we didn't really talk about. It's not in accord with the science as the scientists have told us. So I would like to delete the second whereas And I would like to add a resolve that was in the resolution Deborah sent out today, or Kathy sent it at, I believe, Deborah's request. Was the
Martha, you said the third, and then you changed it to the second. Do you mean the third
Yeah.
whereas?
Yeah, but the third whereas about the Town of Caroline resolution. I mean, we can pass our own thing. We don't have to quote the Town of Caroline, which I think is a whole debatable point. So I would just like to take out that third whereas and then add, maybe I add a second resolved, and I'm going to the PDF that Kathy sent out today. It is page 4 of that PDF about directionally felling the trees. And I can read that, or I guess I could share my screen, whatever is better. It's about a sentence, long sentence.
So Martha, let's take those one at a time because now I'm getting lost. So you want to delete the third whereas.
Right.
The one that says whereas a large portion of the county forest is in the town of Caroline, that starts with that.
Yes.
Okay,
That's right.
so that's one amendment you'd like to make. Is that any friendly to the mover and seconder?
No.
It is not. So is there a second to Martha's amendment? Seconded by Ann Corman.
So, as I said, I'm really trying to vote for this. I really, really want to. And I think it was real clear. David said this stuff isn't justifiable. So.
Okay, not friendly. So thank you, Martha. Dan and then Ann.
So this is the one about the Caroline quote, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, this one's short. Caroline Town Board directed their resolution to us, the Tompkins County Legislature. I think we should allow their words to be used in our resolution. Also, I would like to tell you very briefly about the person they are quoting, Dr. William Mumaw, the author of the paper they were quoting. Dr. William Mumaw was the director of the Climate, Energy, and Pollution Program for the World Resources Institute in Washington, D.C. He is the founder of the Center for International Environment and Resource Policy at Tufts University. Dr. Mumaw is a lead author on 5 reports of the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. These United Nations IPCC reports are the gold standard for environmental analysis. He was a lead author on the 2007 UN IPCC report, which won the Nobel Peace Prize that year. I think the Caroline Town Board is on safe ground quoting this person, and I would like to keep their words in our resolution.
Thank you. Ann and then Deborah.
Thank you. So I supported Martha amending to remove this whereas, the third whereas, for a number of reasons. I think I'll just state 2. One is at the beginning of it, whereas a large portion of the county forest is in the town of Caroline. I believe there's less than 20% of the forest there. So when you're saying a large portion, it kind of like is saying, well, it kind of would infer that, okay, so it gives more weight to what the town of Caroline says, but I believe the figure is like 17.6% of the county forest is in the town of Caroline. And then also, Dan, a while ago when you brought this up through Peak, I went back and watched that meeting at the town of Caroline, and this is information that you brought them, and you asked them to do this resolution. So by then asking them to do it, and then anyway, it seemed a bit orchestrated by you. So I can't support this by you pulling them in and saying, okay, this is what the town of Caroline did. But they trusted you, which I understand they do, but this is information you fed them. So thank you.
Deborah. Deborah, you're muted.
I'm going to surprise everybody and come down on Dan's side on this one. Because of his insistence on this notion of pro-forestation, I actually went back and read the Mumaw article. I also researched Mumaw and his co-authors. I read several interviews that people did with MUMA after this article came out. MUMA et al. Are concerned with keeping forests intact as hedges against climate change and loss of biodiversity. Intact forests sequester carbon. Intact forests provide habitat for diverse species. This is a totally separate issue from the thing that we argued about, which is whether or not we were going to create a new old growth forest or merely manage our forests or not manage it so that it could evolve into something with old growth structural characteristics. So I don't see any reason to pull the Caroline resolution out. I've read the article. I've read materials that relate to the article. I've examined MUMA's credentials. I don't see any reason to doubt what he's recommending.
Okay. I'm not going to entertain any more comments on this amendment. I'm going to take it to a vote. Is the amendment. And then Martha has another one after that. So let's vote on the amendment to remove the third whereas.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
No.
Rich John,
No.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No.
Dave McKenna,
No.
Glenn Lori,
No.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne. 2 ayes, 12 noes.
Okay, that fails. Next amendment, Martha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one actually is more important because this is about what we actually do. Should I share my screen or so people can see it?
Go ahead and share what the amendment is.
Okay, it is from the resolution that was actually passed by Peak and came to us last meeting, and then Annie pulled it. Resolved further that areas of the county's forests that currently contain softwood plantations may be selectively thinned by directionally felling trees without building logging roads or removing the felled trees, and in a multi-year timeline that ensures that canopy openings are minimized in order to reduce the opportunity for invasive species to take hold. And I'll explain that.
Moved by Martha, and that for folks that was in the resolution that came from Deborah as well. Seconded by Ann Corman. Any discussion on this one?
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, listen.
Go ahead, Martha.
Okay. I remember when David and the EMC came to Peak, was it last year, whenever it was, and they talked about what directionally felling the trees meant. And I remember people going, oh, that'd be fine. Literally, like people going in, no trucks, no tractors, no big equipment, people going in with chainsaws and cutting the trees down, figuring out, but directionally felling them just meant like figuring out where they should fall, leaving them. That would do a couple of things. And look, I'm not a scientist and I don't play one on TV, but let me see if I remember this right. And I said, I'm really trying to get to yes on this, that this was the idea was that would open up the canopies, these red pines that are kind of useless and not sequestering any carbon. This would open up the canopies so that a lot more light could get to the hardwood saplings that are right now struggling to grow. It would also create barriers so that deer couldn't get to the saplings. You know, the trees would fall in like pickup sticks. Deer couldn't get to the saplings. and chew them, so that it would do a couple of great things at once with really very, very little impact. Would increase sequestration, because young trees sequester much more carbon than old trees that are not growing any longer. So I think this is a very reasonable and low impact way to do what the science says. And I don't think, you know, as I said, there's a lot of energy that's gone into this. I respect that. I understand it. And our volunteers and the EMC did recommend this directional felling of the trees. I think we should include this in one of the options. It says that we may do this. I think would be a stronger resolution to include this.
Thank you. Dan, did you have a comment?
Yes, please. Amanda, can you screen share again, please? I think it starts with the 5th slide. The next one, please. Thank you. Thanks. The pine trees are at the end of their lives. They will likely all be gone in the next 10, 20, maybe 30 years. When they die, they will be replaced naturally by a mixed native hardwood forest. That's how it works. You don't have to take my word for it. We have one section of the pines that blew down a dozen or so years ago. We can see with our own eyes the nice hardwood forest growing up in its place in these photos taken in our county forest. The trees you see on the ground are the pine trees that fell a decade ago. All those skinny vertical stems you see are native hardwood trees in the early part of their lives. They are in the 10 to 20 foot tall range. All the green you see in this photo are the new emerging leaves of the hardwood regrowth. These photos were taken a few weeks ago. The natural transition from planted pines to self-draining native hardwoods is underway, and it is not wishful thinking. This is what is happening right now and will continue to happen if we do not intervene. Therefore, I do not think we should intervene. There is no compelling reason to do so. Could you go to the next slide, please? There's just a couple more photos from the same area. Again, you can see all the green you see there are native hardwood trees growing up among the down pines. One more slide, please. There it is again. Nice, beautiful regrowth of forest that you actually don't see very often around Tompkins County. And I do think it is because of the pine trees and that pick up sticks pattern that you talked about that keep the deer out. You can stop the screen sharing, please. So in addition to what I said, that this is going to happen naturally, there are several additional factors we should consider of why we should not cut down these pine trees. One, there is no income to be made from cutting down these pine trees. Therefore, this action would actually cost taxpayer money. This just seems like a great waste of taxpayer money to me, and I would not be able to justify this to my constituents. Two, this resolution will result in the least amount of work for the planning department. If we have them do this pine tree plan, then we will require them to do a lot of work to engage in an RFP process, monitor the logging operation itself, and monitor the contract over multiple years. It's a considerable amount of work. This resolution, as it currently stands, requires the planning department to do almost nothing concerning our county forest. Three, the other reason not to take this action is that it will result in more carbon dioxide being added to the atmosphere over the next 20 or more years. I know that for some of you, the science behind carbon sequestration is not your field. I would be happy to explain more about the statement. And I wrote quite a bit here, but I'm just going to read one little part of it. This is from David Weinstein himself, the author of the Environmental Management Council report on the county forest. Quote, "You could argue that cutting these pine trees would cause a rapid emission of a lot of carbon dioxide over 20 years. And that will certainly happen. However, what you gain is a quicker recovery of that lost carbon dioxide through rapid sequestration 20 years from now, close quotes. So again, that's from David Weinstein. I believe that the 20-year figure he's citing is a little ambitious, but regardless, David Weinstein is saying clearly that cutting the pines will cause an increase in carbon in the atmosphere over the next 20 years. And I think most people that are concerned about climate change agree that the next 20 years is a critical time period. So I did have more to say, but in the spirit of being crisp, like Romaine, I will leave it there.
All right, Martha, you get the last word, and then we take this to vote.
Too late to try to be crisp, Dan. I love the historical photos. That's great. But I really object to pulling quotes from David Weinstein's many, many pages. Yeah, I just think that's really not fair. I think this is,
Okay.
all right, I'm voting against. I mean, I think we should add the resolve. I hope people will vote yes.
All right, let's vote on this.
Leslie's got her.
Who?
Leslie.
Oh, all right, Leslie.
Only if Leslie has a slide. If she doesn't have a slide, we're not.
Didn't bring any slides.
If every legislature start coming with slides, I'm telling you, I'm shutting it down. Don't even start.
No
Leslie.
slides tonight. Just want to bring up, I mean, I appreciate all the work. This is not a small thing to orchestrate. Appreciate that. And I do appreciate the effort and the interest in protecting our forest land. Also appreciate that this has been a giant conversation that long preceded me and continues to this day to be a contentious discussion. What I don't understand, honestly, is why there's a resolution about this at all. This is the do nothing option, which is always an option. You don't have to do anything. I'm just trying to learn about the legislation and the legislative process here. This is we're not going to do anything. I think that's my takeaway. And I just want to make sure I'm interpreting that correctly.
Well, the amendment is to consider allowing something to be done.
Sorry, I'm speaking to the resolution in general.
Okay. Yeah.
If I may just answer Leslie's question, because this resolution will replace an existing county forest management policy that will allow a whole bunch of stuff to be done that we don't want to be done.
Policy change. Thank you, Deborah.
Can you tell us what we're voting on?
The directional felling amendment.
We're voting on amendment of adding the resolve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
No.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No.
Dave McKenna,
No.
Glenn Maury,
No.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes, I support the healthy management of our forests.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
No.
We have 5 ayes, 9 noes.
Okay. That fails.
Was that
Back to
5?
the-
I only got 4.
I had Shauna Black, Rich John, Ann Corman, Martha Robertson, and Leslie Show.
I think Sean is a no.
I was a no.
No, she said yes.
Oh, she didn't.
No.
No, I remember saying no, I just put it in the wrong column. I apologize.
Thank
4
you.
ayes, 10 noes.
Okay, that fails. We're back to the main motion now. Ann Corman, you have your hand up. Do you have
Yes.
all that evidence?
No, I wanted to speak on the main motion.
Okay. Main motion is on the floor. Go ahead.
I'm going to vote against this because there are many inaccuracies in here and which, you know, I've tried other people have tried, many people have tried to work with Dan on this for months, and he wanted to have it be just the way he wanted to have it. I compromised as much as I could, and including in that was when we sat down a few months ago and Dan agreed to this resolution about no commercial logging, and that it was okay, he was okay about putting in or leaving in the directional felling of the redwood pine plantations. And so why I took it out before at the last legislative meeting was because he was going to try and take that out, something that he had agreed to keep in there. And so, yes, in a lot of ways, this is, tonight it's Dan's resolution. It's not something that I don't think respects the work that the Tompkins County Planning Department or our liaison committee, especially the EMC, has put into this. As I said, there's a lot of inaccuracies and things that I don't agree with, and we came to a compromise. And so this is just what Dan wants, and I know a lot of people are going to vote for it, but that's not how I like to see us work, as somebody ramming something through like this and get it just the way that they want it, and to not compromise with other people. Thank you.
Amanda, I'm going to call on you because you haven't spoken a lot, and then I'm taking this to a vote. So don't anybody else raise their hands. Go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you. I just really want to thank Dan again for all his work on this. And he and I have talked about this a lot, and it is very near and dear to my heart as well. And I just really appreciate all the conversations that many of us have had, and yeah, a lot of gratitude. So thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
All right, let's take this to a vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Yes. Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson.
No.
I'm sorry,
She said no.
No.
Leslie Show,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, that carries. And is it on the resolution? Because we're done voting on it.
Yes, it is.
We're done voting on it.
Leslie, I respectfully ask, I mean,
All right, go ahead, Dan. It was your resolution.
Thank you.
You got to make it brief, though.
I have many more comments about my view of the forest management that I would like included in the minutes. And so one way I could just do that is to read it. The other way I could do it is to ask the permission of the legislature to allow the remarks to be incorporated.
Oh, boy.
Allow them.
Dan, can I ask,
Can I move that with a caveat? Leslie, I'm sorry to bump you. Can I just move it with a caveat? If Dan's allowed to do that, then other people who want to submit comments can do the same. And we can move on.
I'm not asking for anything right now. I was going to ask Dan if he can, bring those, we're really late into the night. And, at our next legislature meeting, to bring those comments, to have them included. I know the resolution was tonight. I really wish that you had brought the comments up earlier, but your views, so that it can be included, but we've already voted on the resolution. And I think that's kind of what's getting me right now.
We can do legislators' privilege of the floor at the next meeting.
I wanted them in these minutes though, because, yeah.
All right. You know what? Go ahead and read your comments. Go ahead. Whatever is most salient for you to have included, please do.
All right, Leslie, I'm going to let it go.
I appreciate it. I mean, is there something that you really want to say? I'd rather you just get it in.
Well, I have a lot I wanted to say, and yeah.
Just drop it.
It's really late, and I appreciate that you're passionate about this.
I was thinking about how sometimes members of the public come to make comments and they say, I'm going to submit my comments, and we just incorporate them without hearing
That's what
them.
you were thinking
Yeah.
about. Opening up Pandora's box, if everybody didn't want their comments to come after, if I know this would, yeah. I'm trying to figure out a way to accommodate that. Maybe other colleagues have some suggestions. Rich.
Thanks, Leslie. And I won't be long, but I'm struck by how contentious this particular resolution has been over the last several years. And I think it is a function of how much we care about the environment and our stewardship of it. At the same time, it's a fairly small tract of land in the greater scheme of things. So it in some sense, this has turned into sort of a symbolic fight. I'd love to see us think about how to plant a lot more trees. Maybe we could go up to Mike Sigler's house and help him dig holes and plant trees. But I'd love to see us focus forward beyond just the county land to see, is there something we could do to put a lot more trees in the ground? I'll stop talking there. Thanks.
Mike Sigler.
I would like to second Rich John's motion for more trees. Listen, I'm carved out till 11 o'clock tonight. So if Dan has something to say, he doesn't talk that much in general. Knock yourself out. I say, go on and talk. And if people want to respond, do it. We're set. So
I'm glad you're carved up. I'm glad you've carved up until 11. We have staff who are on here who are gonna have to show up at 7:30 in the morning for work, and we have to be respectful of that.
Let her come in later.
Dan has already said, he wouldn't comment, and I appreciate that compromise, and I'm gonna leave it at that. So thank you very, very much, Dan. I know you're passionate about this. And we're just going to leave it at that, and hopefully there'll be another opportunity, perhaps at our next meeting, that you can share, your thoughts. I'm going to, we have an executive session. Minutes, sorry. Ooh, now someone move the minutes, please. Moved by Shauna Black, seconded by Rich John. Any discussion on the minutes, changes, deletions?
Is that both meetings?
Pardon me? Both sets of minutes. Good. All right. Vote on the minutes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Heather Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yeah.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. Minutes pass. Move to go into executive session for the purposes of discussing labor negotiations as well as personnel matter.
Particular person?
Personnel matter that relates to a particular person and department. Moved by Shauna Black. May I have a second, please? Seconded by Mike Sigler. understand it when we're not intending to take any action in executive session. When we return to joint session, we'll just be adjourning at that point. It's not our intention to be taking action.
Vote on executive session.
Vote on executive session.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison, Henry Grant, Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson.
First, I want to remind me what Amy said about the curfew on bars. Like, yes.
Leslie
going.
Show,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 opposed.
thank you. Rick, you don't have to stay. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank
Who else
you.
is on here?
Have a good night.
Can you hit the chat? Is it too late to hit the chat?
Uh,
I want to see what somebody.
I can't see who else was on.